dynamism, the constant yearning for faster, better, stronger. I visited technology companies at the very forefront of the revolution in artificial intelligence. Venture capitalists ploughing billions into bristling new things. Lower taxes, cheaper energy, and a people plugged in to making things happen. Right there, in that place, you could almost reach out and touch the future. I glimpsed everything, from driverless cars to humanoid robots, to AI, to advanced reasoning, to quantum computing, to simulated brains, to neuromorphic architectures. I know you don't know, I know. I didn't know what that meant either. Now, you might think that a trip like that would have depressed me when I look at our own economy, stagnating under the cold, dead hand of a Labour government. But far from it, far from it. It raised my spirits because it reinforced in me the sense of what is possible for our country. For ours is a great country of drive and ambition and creativity, of decency, of tradition and heritage. We made the modern world, and we can remake ourselves. For there is a path for us to a more prosperous future. Where this country, our country, can get back to a sense of we can and we will. A country in which it is instinctively understood that wealth creation should be fostered and cherished. A country that once again understands that wealth is created not by government striking unions and a bloated public sector, but by entrepreneurs, businesses and the hard-working millions. That the makers matter. And to business today, I say loud and clear, Labour may have given up on you, but this Conservative Party never ever will. We will always be there for business. And I know about the vital importance of business. I have lived it all my life. And our great country can bring that culture of enterprise. But to do so, the first thing we need is hope. In a world of great uncertainty, of a failing government and a populist alternative that is totally detached from reality, it is our party that has to provide it. Not in the way of glib words, but in the deep well of thought that will provide the solutions to our many problems. In short, hope can only come with a plan, a radical plan to rebuild our economy. And today, I want to tell you how we will do it together. But first, let me tell you why I am so passionate about that better vision for Britain. Why I feel that we can reach out and seize it. Why I know that we can and we will. Well, I look back at my own story. My mother and father left school at 15 and 14 years old. They had to make their own way in the world. But they had drive. They wanted to create a family. They wanted to provide. So they started their own business. And I saw close up what that really matters and means. The long hours, the risks, the stress, the setbacks and the triumphs. And my parents gave me opportunities that were not there for them. I won a free place at a grammar school. I studied hard. I earned a place at university, the first in my family to go to university. And you know that I seized that opportunity with both hands, and I ran with it as far and as fast as I possibly could. I never looked back, not once. And I had those age-old words ringing in my ears. If you have a good education, then you have the whole world laid out before you. And when I left university, I didn't go into politics. I did what my mum and dad did. I built something, created businesses, working from scratch from the kitchen table, bringing together teams of people with a common purpose. And I had Nigel Lawson cutting my taxes and removing the red tape. And the whole spirit of that time was one of enterprise and opportunity. And I have in my mind now that image of Margaret Thatcher and Richard Branson on that boat travelling down the Thames with a light playing on the water like an endless stream of opportunity. And later, I had in my hand a key to the first home that I owned. The foundation for the rest of my life, for the wife that I had yet to meet, for the family that I was yet to create. That is a Conservative vision of opportunity, aspiration and achievement. And that is what we are going to bring back. We can and we will. But to do that, we have to fully understand and address the failings of this Labour government, to show our country that there is another way, that the vicious cycle of more spending, more taxes, more borrowing, more debt can be broken, and to demonstrate that it is our values, Conservative values, of sound money, low taxes, entrepreneurship and hard work that can make that happen. And millions are crying out for this. Just look at what this government is doing. Constantly pumping up the size of the state, increasing spending by $100 billion a year. That's 10 times what they said in their manifesto. And they said their plans involved hardly any tax increases. But what have they done? A £40 billion tax raid, most of it on jobs. And now that Rachel Reeves has blown a vast hole in the public finances, yet more tax rises await. In fact, under Labour, nothing is safe from the taxman. Not your job, not your home, not your pension, not your farm, not your business, not even that which you simply wish to pass on to your own children. You name it, they'll tax it. And we say, enough is enough. And the real-world consequences of all of this? Unemployment is at the highest level since the pandemic. In the hospitality sector alone, 89,000 jobs have been destroyed, hitting our young people the hardest. Futures crushed, and the cost of living is soaring. We left inflation bang on target. Under Labour, it's doubled. And growth has tanked. You remember how Labour claimed they were pro-business? Well, just last week, the Institute of Directors said that business confidence was at its lowest level ever. The result? Thousands of wealth creators have left the country. Labour have no clue about how to build the economy of the future. Although on driverless cars, to be fair, we do have at least one in operation. Yes, it's called the Labour government, led by a Prime Minister who can only do U-turns, a Chancellor who only knows how to work the brakes, and a mob of backbenchers desperate to grab hold of the wheel. Now, of course, thanks to Labour, our national debt is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Debt is set to rise every single year until it is the size of the entire economy. The interest bill this year alone amounts to £6,000 for every working household in the country. And Labour's profligacy means our borrowing costs are now higher than Greece. Lower growth and higher debt sees us weaker and increasingly vulnerable. That is not just irresponsible, it is dangerous. And look at reform. They are just as bad. Reform's manifesto promised tens of billions in unfunded commitments. They want to scrap the two-child benefit cap, spending billions more on welfare. And they want you to pay for it. We say that if you want to fund a large family, then that's great. But you should look to yourself to pay, not the state. And Reform want to get back to the days of nationalisation and state control. They are marching to the left. Be in no doubt, they are the party of more spending and more debt. And when it comes to reform, be assured of this, that when the glitter, the shimmy of the sequined dress, the razzmatazz, the spinning plates, the fireworks have faded, you will be left with emptiness. The dull bell alone, the hollowed out promises that never were. But Reform are being found out, and it is this Conservative Party that is holding them to account. Let's face it, we're the only party that gets it, the only party that will stand up for fiscal responsibility. And that means we have to face some hard truths to which other parties turn a blind eye. We must get on top of government spending. So where Labour have failed, we will bring down our spiralling welfare bill, completely overhaul our benefit system and put an end once and for all to the human tragedy of millions being consigned to a life on benefits. That is not just a financial imperative, it is a moral duty. For we believe in the dignity and decency of work. That is essential to the health of the individual and the stability of our country. But equally, it is the purest belief of our party that looking after the most vulnerable is the hallmark of a civilised society. But to do that, we need a system that is fair and commands the widespread support of those who pay for it. The current system does not. So we will ensure the benefits are properly targeted at those most in need, with people thriving in jobs where they can and should be working. That includes stopping claims for people with less severe mental health problems, where what is needed is treatment and support, not simply cash. Because we know that the stability, pride and social interaction of work actually improves these conditions. So we say, Labour want to park you on benefits, we want to help you to a better life. And a fairer system also means ensuring that only British citizens can access welfare, because citizenship should mean something. Our approach will get the welfare bill down by £23 billion. The culture of something for nothing must end now. Now, the civil service is too large. In 2016, there were 384,000 civil servants. Today, there are 517,000. We will bring the numbers back down, saving £1 in every 4. And we simply cannot justify higher taxes at home to pay for more spending abroad. So we will significantly reduce the overseas aid budget. Now, we will also take the decisive steps to deter people from coming here illegally and stop pouring billions into asylum hotels. That is an utter scandal, and we will put a stop to it. We can and we will. We will also stop spending billions on Ed Miliband's vanity projects, which are simply driving up bills. We will put an end to them once and for all. In total, the savings I am setting out today would reduce the size of government by almost £50 billion. Now, I am a realist, and we must recognise that this Labour government will be leaving huge debts behind. So I cannot simply say we will use all of those savings to spend more elsewhere or to cut taxes. We will bring taxes down. We must. But we will only do so when it is affordable, just as Nigel Lawson did. Because we know where the alternative path leads. We saw that with a mini-budget in 2022. So let me be clear. The Conservative Party will never, ever make fiscal commitments without spelling out exactly how they will be paid for. We are and will always be the party of fiscal responsibility. Labour have trashed the finances, and it is only the Conservative Party, our Conservative Party, that can be trusted to fix them. So I want to make a very clear statement to you today. Those savings will mean we can urgently bring down government borrowing, because we cannot deliver stability unless we live within our means. No more pretending we can keep spending money we simply do not have. It falls to us, as today's Conservatives, to do the responsible thing. That's the right thing for our country, and it's also the right thing for the next generation. So to younger people I say, we will get debt off your back. We can and we will. And I want to go further, to send an unequivocal message to those young people starting out in life. If you work hard and do the right thing, the Conservative Party is on your side. So we will reduce the benefits bill, and as a consequence, we will fund tax cuts that are laser-focused on aspiring young people. So we will introduce something called the first job bonus. When someone takes their first job, the first £5,000 they pay in national insurance won't go to the taxman. It will go towards a deposit on their first home, or it will go towards savings for their later life. For a working couple, that means £10,000, helping them buy a home, build a family, save for the future. That is the Conservative dream, a dream that built my life. It is why I stand before you today, and I'll fight every single day to make sure that that dream is burning bright for younger people and for generations to come. But responsibility also means building a stronger society through a stronger economy. That is a Conservative value. It means understanding that it is small businesses, the collective efforts of millions, those who get up early and work all hours, who strive and serve, the little platoons that together form a mighty army. They are the force that binds communities together. And at the heart of those communities stand our high streets. Where they thrive, we thrive. Where they fall into decay, the crime and fear seeps in. And so I say, small businesses and our high streets are the unsung heroes. They employ, they create, they protect. They make us alive and whole. Yet for many businesses, the burden of Labour's tax rises is simply too much to bear. Pubs closing, shops sitting empty, high streets hollowed out. Under Labour, many have seen their business rates double. We need to get business rates down. In fact, we need to go further, much, much further. So today, I can announce that as a direct result of getting public spending under control, a future Conservative government will completely abolish business rates for shops and pubs on our high streets. End of. End of, finished, gone. For controlling spending is not an end in itself. It wills the means. It gets the taxman off your back. It sets some of the hardest working people in our country free. We can, and we will. So let there be no doubts. We are the only party of fiscal responsibility. We are the only party that understands the deep challenges that our great country faces. And we are the only party that will meet those challenges head on. Where Labour choose debt, we choose discipline. Where they choose welfare, we choose work. Where they choose stagnation, we choose aspiration. All they have to offer is pessimism, higher taxes, fewer jobs, lower growth, and a mountain of debt for the next generation. What we stand for is something far bigger and far greater than that. Conservative values, opportunity, aspiration, optimism. We are the party of hope. We are the party of the future. We can and we will.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Shadow Secretary of State for Energy, Security and Net Zero, Claire Coutinho.
Thank you, Conference. In the last few decades, we lost sight of a simple truth. Energy is a good thing. Conservatives know that the great eras of British growth and prosperity happen when we have an abundance of cheap, reliable energy. Pitt and Peel helped to unleash the coal-powered industrial revolution. Stanley Baldwin spread electricity across the nation after the First World War. Mrs. Thatcher's North Sea oil boom got the nation back on its feet after those terrible years of Labour decline. Today, there is not a single country on earth which is high growth and low energy. That's because energy is not just part of the economy, it is the economy. It feeds into the costs of every business, every journey, every loaf of bread. That's why, right now, the cost of energy is one of the biggest problems that we have. It's a stealth tax that's making us all poorer, and it's killing our industry. Britain has the highest industrial electricity prices in the world, and that has consequences. British industries that use the most energy, like chemicals, glass and metals, are shutting down week by week. The fiberglass factory in Wigan, the refinery at Grangemouth, Vauxhall in Luton, the North Sea. We're losing thousands of jobs by the month. And we won't need any less fiberglass, less gas or fewer cars. We'll just import more from abroad, often from countries still powered by coal. Fewer jobs in Britain, unilateral economic disarmament for more carbon in the atmosphere. And this isn't just about the industries that we already have. The industries of the future need energy too, whether it's advanced manufacturing or AI. Whether it's a factory or a data center or a super lab, they will need cheap, reliable energy. And they'll go where they find it. It would be the first time in generations that we would no longer be at the forefront of a technological revolution and will be poorer because of it. Those businesses will be created, just not here in Britain. We won't have saved the planet. We'll have failed the next generation. And under Labour, this is about to get worse. At the last election, Ed Miliband promised to cut bills by £300. Keir Starmer promised it, Rachel Reeves promised it. Now last week, Ed Miliband had some pretty choice words for Elon Musk about disinformation. So Conference, we've got a return message for Ed Miliband. If you want to talk about disinformation, where's our flipping £300? Far from cutting bills, bills keep going up. And every choice Ed has made is making it worse. Ed says that building more wind farms will cut bills. But he's signing up to prices that are the highest in a decade, well above the market price of electricity. Look at this. When he made his promise to cut bills, the price of electricity was £72. That's that second bar in black you see. Last year, he bought offshore wind at £82. This year, he said he's willing to pay up to £117. Now that's before you add in the extra costs for connections, for backup, and the £8 billion we'll soon be paying wind farms not to generate any energy, but to turn off when there's too much wind. And what's worse is that he's extended the wind developer contracts to 20 years, locking us in to these higher prices for longer. You can think about it like this. He's moving our energy onto a fixed rate mortgage at 10%, because he doesn't want to be on a 4% variable. Anyone with half a brain can see that that won't cut bills. Now, he says prices are going up because gas is expensive, but that blue bar on the left, that one there, that's gas without taxes. So you tell me what's higher or lower. It's not that hard, is it? He also said that Great British Energy would lead to, and I quote, a mind-blowing reduction in bills. But it won't generate any energy. Only Ed Miliband could launch an £8 billion energy company that won't produce any energy. So let's call it what it is. It's a vanity project that won't cut bills. So we will scrap it. I will give Ed credit for one thing, though. He's managed to do something which is quite difficult. He's managed to unite the trade unions, the Conservative Party, the voters, and Keir Starmer. How? Because they all want the same thing. It turns out they all want him sacked. And here's the problem with the left. They're infected with a poverty mindset. They believe that Britain has a duty to make itself poorer on the altar of net zero, and they think that ordinary people should be the servants of their climate targets. So take air conditioning. In America, nearly every single home has aircon. Here in Britain, just 5%. But Sadiq Khan's London plan effectively bans aircon in all new homes. Why? Because it uses too much energy. But rather than people fitting into the government's policy on energy, I believe a conservative energy policy should serve the needs of the people. Take the North Sea. Ed Miliband's plan to ban new drilling would make us the only country in the world shutting down our own energy supplies. Up to 200,000 jobs and £12 billion in tax revenue lost. Why? So that we can import more gas from Norway from the same fields that we could drill ourselves. Our imports of liquefied gas have soared by over 40% in a single year. So, conference, I can tell you this. As long as we need gas, as much as possible should come from Britain. That's why we will scrap Ed's mad ban on new oil and gas licenses, we will reverse the energy profits levy, and we will back the North Sea. We'll remember what has been forgotten for too long. Energy is prosperity. Now, we have to be honest that the poverty mindset has become inseparable from our climate legislation. We shouldn't have let it sit on the statute book for so long. I wasn't in Parliament in 2019 when the 2050 net zero target was set, but I'll tell you who was, Kemi Badenoch. She was one of only 2 people in that entire debate who had the courage to speak up and ask about the costs. When I came in as Energy Secretary, I started a reset to unpick some of what we got wrong in the face of huge opposition. And I started that reset because whilst we've halved our emissions, China has been doing this. Global emissions are rising much, much faster than we can cut them here. When something clearly isn't working, we Conservatives should have the courage to tell the truth and say so. Net zero isn't working for Britain, and it's not working for the climate. The British people are no stranger to sacrifice for a just cause. But watching good jobs move abroad is not just. Piling more pain onto people's bills is not just. And passing down a country that is less secure and less prosperous is not just. For too many people, net zero has become a religion, and for too long, we were an unthinking part of the congregation. And here's the problem with the legislation. We know it's not working for climate change, but it's also forcing ministers to make decisions that make people poorer. Ed Miliband's 2008 Climate Change Act sets legally binding targets. Every 5 years, targets are drawn up that dictate what products people must buy and when and in what quantities a decade into the future. Conference, we had a name for that back in the 70s. It's central planning. And if all of our industry shut tomorrow and we replace those goods with imports, that would be a win for climate targets, but a disaster for Britain. If people don't want a heat pump, the Act requires you to tax or ban them into it. We're burning wood shipped here from America to produce electricity at 3 times the cost and 4 times the pollution levels of our last coal plant. Why? Because it doesn't count towards our climate targets. Those ridiculous prices I just showed you for offshore wind, why would we have to buy any at these prices? You guessed it, our climate targets. And here's the truth. Whether it was EU directives, or the Climate Change Committee, or the courts who rule on activist cases, none of them are accountable to the people who lose their jobs, or have to pay their energy bills, or who need to keep the lights on. We handed too much control to people who pay no price for being wrong, and that was a profound mistake. So we will set out a new way of doing things. Conference, I know that many of you are proud lovers of the environment. I am too. We will not cede that ground, but we will set out new plans under conservative principles. Our first principle will be to back British innovation. For too long, when we talked about innovation, what we meant is that we would force Britain to be early adopters of technology made in other parts of the world. But look at these charts. Refrigerators, dishwashers, central heating. Here's the thing. When new tech makes people's life better, people will buy it. What we're doing is insisting everyone buys these products before they want to, just to meet a government target. But rather than force our people to be the early adopters, I want us to be the early creators of technology we can export around the world. We're only 1% of emissions. 99% are happening elsewhere, and they're rising. We clearly haven't got this right yet. We haven't created all the products that we need. But if we can create technologies that others can't, that will be, by far, Britain's biggest contribution to tackling climate change. Our second principle will be to protect nature. For centuries, environmentalism was the domain of ordinary people, people who were rooted in a sense of place and a love of home. They wanted to protect and cherish the world around them. Roger Scruton called this the small-scale wisdom of the human heart. But nature is not net zero, and in fact, some of the time, it pulls in the opposite direction. I can think of no better image than this: the Amazon rainforest being carved up to build a motorway to the latest climate conference in Brazil. But what's worrying is that's not so dissimilar to what we're pursuing here. On the left, that tiny dot is the land needed for a nuclear power plant. Underneath is what's needed to get the same amount of energy from wind and solar, because wind and solar use up to 3,000 times more land. To generate the same amount of power as a nuclear power station, you would need a wind farm the size of the New Forest, or a solar farm the size of the Isle of Wight. On a small island like ours, when every inch of countryside is precious, that matters. So instead of carpeting the countryside in wind and solar farms, we will make it easier and cheaper to build dense, reliable, secure, clean nuclear energy. Now, our third and most important principle will be to prioritise cheap, abundant energy. And we're going to do that unashamedly. That's why the next Conservative government will repeal the Climate Change Act. If a law is not working in the national interest, it's not just possible for us to change it, it's our duty to do so. All it takes is courage. Increasing the cost of electricity is the worst possible climate policy too. If you want people to use electric cars, here's a revolutionary idea: make electricity cheap. If you want people to use electric heating, make electricity cheap. If you want to build data centres to cut bills, to reduce poverty and drive growth, make electricity cheap. At the moment, Labour is giving handouts to people to buy electric cars and electric heating at the very same time as they're making electricity unbearably expensive. That's back to front, and we will reverse it. Our priorities will be the priorities of the British people: a strong economy, protecting nature, and cutting bills. So, conference, today I can announce the first policies from our cheap power plan. First up, the next Conservative government will axe the carbon tax on electricity generation. When Ed Miliband blames gas for high energy bills, what he doesn't tell you is that over 30% of what we pay for gas power is not to pay for fuel, but to pay for a carbon tax that the government chooses to impose. Now, we know that we'll need gas to keep the lights on for decades, so it just adds extra costs to our bills for no reason. And here's the rub. The carbon tax inflates the cost of almost all other types of electricity too, so all the wind and solar farm owners pocket those higher prices as higher profits. And since the start of the year, guess what Ed has done to carbon taxes? That. We warned Ed about this. He didn't listen. Labour's EU deal increased the carbon tax by 70% in the space of 9 months. They didn't have to do this. It was a political choice that we Conservatives fought against. Axing the carbon tax would cut bills instantly by almost £8 billion a year. Next, we'll scrap Ed Miliband's old rip-off wind farm subsidies. Back in 2008, Ed Miliband, in his infinite wisdom, chose to double the subsidies on offer for wind farms. That means when the wind blows, there are wind farms getting up to 3 times the market price of electricity, and you're paying for that through your bills. It's the biggest racket going. We closed the scheme when we were in office, but we'll go further and say we must scrap those subsidies for good. Our energy system is not here to prop up the profits of multi-million-pound wind developers at bill payers' expense. It's here to deliver cheap, reliable energy for the country. Together, our policies to axe the carbon tax and scrap Ed's rip-off wind subsidies would cut people's electricity bills by 20%. The average family will save £165 a year off their electricity bill, and I realise this is less than the promises other parties have made. Ed promised to cut your bills by £300, but we all know that's a fantasy. But reform are just as bad. They promised to cut your electricity bill by £1,000. But do you know how I know that's garbage? The average bill is only £850. What's he going to do, go around writing people checks? If you think any politician can promise you electricity for free, then I've got a bridge to sell you. They are just as ideological as Labour. It's just the mirror image. The difference with our policy is that this is real. This is in the gift of ministers. This could be done tomorrow, and it would cut your electricity bill by 20%. So I can promise you this, when it comes to our energy policy, our priority won't be ideology, it won't be vested interests, it won't be fake promises we can't deliver. It will be cheap, reliable, abundant energy. Now, conference. Being in opposition can be tough. Although I'd like to thank the wider energy team, Andrew, Malcolm, Nick, Greg and Bradley, for all of their excellent work. Quite right. We know this half-baked tax and spend socialism of Labour is a disaster for Britain. When we said in the election that if you name it, Labour will tax it, we meant it. There's a farmer's tax, a groceries tax, a jobs tax, a jets tax, a let's tax, a bets tax, an oil tax, the soil tax, and a boiler tax. There's even rumours of a taxi tax. The truth is, they would rather tax the pants off this country than get their spending under control. And it reveals a fundamental belief. If you try to do well for yourself, get a good job, pay for your child's education, buy a house, start a successful business, they don't celebrate you, they sneer at you. They want to redistribute away your success. They talk about poverty like they care, but their policies are making energy, food, childcare and housing more expensive. And their answer is always more redistribution, rather than confronting the truth that this government is choosing to raise the cost of almost every basic good. Now, Reform, I'm afraid to say, have the economic policies of Jeremy Corbyn. They're promising nationalisations we can't afford, more tax for more welfare, more spending, which means more borrowing, which means more debt for our children. If government is here to serve the liberties of the people, that means allowing them to keep more of the money that they earn. Now, conference, we know growth is the biggest challenge that we face, but growth is not created by government subsidies. It's created by millions of people. And I worry that our system as it stands is teaching people to be less capable than they are. We can't survive if our culture becomes a competition of victimhood. The risk is people start to ask themselves, not what can I do, but why bother at all? Every person who takes some more hours, comes up with bright ideas, takes risks, saves and invests in their future and their family's future. Personal agency, the sense that you can take control of your life and reap the rewards of your efforts, that's the real engine of growth. Everything we do as a party will be in their interests. And we will start by giving them cheaper energy. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Shadow Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology, Julia Lopez.
Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to our Big Tech on Trial debate, where we ask the big questions of the Online Safety Act. Is it protecting kids, or is it simply policing speech? I'm Julia Lopez, our party's Shadow Technology Secretary, leading a brilliant Conservative team of Ben Spencer, Peter Fortune, Paul Holmes, Lord Markham and Viscount Camrose, all of whom are getting stuck into the Labour government on your behalf, from their failures on life sciences to Keir Starmer's socialist dream of a mandatory national ID. Today we wanted to bring you, Conservative members, right into the heart of the conversation that we need to have about technology and the rapid ways in which it's changing our country. How do we strike the right balance between freedom and safety? As the pace of tech quickens, thorny questions like that will only get thornier. But luckily, we have 4 fantastic centre-right speakers on hand today to help us thrash them out. Lord Young, founder of the Free Speech Union with a long history of tweeting dangerously. Andrew Orlovsky, he's the business columnist at the Daily Telegraph who wants to bust the big tech cartel. Matthew Lesh, IEA policy fellow and long-time critic of the Online Safety Act. He reckons he's been viciously vindicated by how it's panned out. And finally, Paul Scully, brilliant former MP colleague and tech minister who took the Act through Parliament but reckons it's Labour's dodgy implementation that's the issue. Before we dive in, I want you to know this isn't just a debate to sit back and watch. You get to have your say at the end by voting live on Slido, so please keep your phones ready. Now let's set the scene. The internet emerges like a pioneer society, and at first it feels like a frontier of endless opportunity as ideas spread and people connect. But just like any community without rules and boundaries, it also illuminates some of our very worst instincts. Abuse, exploitation, and disinformation follow. The effect is poisonous, especially for our children. Governments across the world are now scrambling to put the genie back in the bottle, but regulating technology is a minefield. How do you protect children without silencing free expression? How to impose rules on companies that are larger than most nations? How to enforce those rules in a borderless digital world? The UK's attempt is the Online Safety Act. Its mission is to make big tech accountable for what happens on their platforms, with the strongest focus on protecting children from filth and predation. But the story's been messy, and the new law is long and complex. It could have been even more so, but people like Kenny argued in 2022 for the stripping out of legal but harmful provisions that had major implications for free speech. The final act now focuses on illegal content and on child safety, but the question remains, did we get it right? Is this act a shield that protects children, or a blunt tool that risks policing speech? Now here's how the debate will work. We have 2 teams of 2 speakers, one arguing that the Act is necessary protection, the other that it risks dangerous overreach. Each speaker gets 3 minutes to make their case, short, sharp arguments only, otherwise I shall be encouraging you as the audience to start heckling. Then it's over to you, all out there in the darkness. You'll cast your verdict live on Slido, and you get to decide where the balance lies. Think of this as a digital courtroom drama. Big tech is in the dock, the Online Safety Act is Exhibit A, and you out there are the jury. Now let's ask our first speaker, Lord Young, to set out his doubts about the Online Safety Act. Lord Young, please.
Thank you, Julia. So I wanted to make 3 points in support of the view that the Online Safety Act is more about policing speech than protecting kids. The first is in connection with the way in which age verification has been implemented by the big social media companies. Age verification means that unless you can verify you're 18, some content is unavailable to you. And we saw within the first few days of this new obligation coming into force that kids were being protected from right-wing content, but not left-wing content. So a speech by Katie Lamb in the House of Commons about the grooming gangs was age-gated. You had to prove you were 18 to be able to see that speech, but No speech by any Labour MPs were age-gated. Similarly, footage of an anti-immigration protester being arrested at an anti-immigration protest outside an asylum hotel in Leeds was age-gated. So right-wing content likely to support right-wing narratives, more likely to be age-gated than left-wing content, and that's particularly sinister, given that the present government has announced its intention to lower the voting age to 16. Another example, some of the most important free speech safeguards in the Online Safety Act, which Julia and Paul were made sure were included, such as additional protections for journalistic content and content of democratic importance. So before removing that content, social media companies, online providers would have to jump through more hoops. Those haven't been implemented yet. So those safeguards, those free speech safeguards, just haven't been put in place. They're still in abeyance. And finally, Ofcom is planning to force online providers to remove legal but harmful content, even though, as Julia said, that clause was removed from the bill as it went through Parliament. So Ofcom has said it's consulting about imposing additional safety measures. That means forcing social media platforms to remove legal but harmful content, as well as protecting users from online misogyny, not content that's unlawful, but is supposedly misogynistic. So that safeguard too, I'm afraid, is being ignored.
Lord Young, thank you so much. We're now going to turn to the other side, and Andrew Orlowski. Thank you so much for your thoughtful contribution, Lord Young. Andrew, please tell us why you disagree with Lord Young.
Yes, thank you for having me, Julia. I'm here because this is the most aggressive interference in the domestic policy of a sovereign state since the day in 2016 when Obama came to Britain and told us we'd be at the back of the queue if we dared assert independence and sovereignty. I don't think there's enormous pressure from Washington, parts of Washington, to delete this bill and remove our ability to police the internet, to protect children the way we think fit. I was actually just down the road in 2016, I was at an 80th birthday party at a large social club. And Obama said, look, you're going to be at the back of the queue if you dare do this. This is a very apolitical selection of working class Methodists. And when they saw Mr. Cameron and Mr. Osborne smirking behind Obama, I knew their political careers are over. The fury in that room was quite something. There are two strange things about this piece of legislation. One is that it's by far the most popular that the last Conservative government implemented. It has 75% support amongst parents. Support has actually gone up since age verification came in. Only 5% want to abolish it. Now, this is not the first time that Westminster, my people in the media, have completely out of touch with the country. 19 out of 20 people in the country do not want this abolished. Yet in April, the business secretary said they would throw it into the trade negotiations and everything was up for grabs. I think that would be a backward step for two reasons. For the last 25 years, we've conducted a kind of experiment where we give one sector of the economy freedom from liability. And the result has been kind of exactly what you would happen when you expect a group of people to police themselves. It's been bad. They've replaced open markets with extremely lucrative black boxes. And it's been extremely harmful for children who are exposed to all kinds of material. There's been a rapid deterioration in mental health. There's a lawsuit going on where ChatGPT persuaded a 16-year-old in California to kill themselves. They told them it was the noble thing to do, and they even advised how long the rope should be. So the Online Safety Act is a very imperfect first step, and historic first step, to try and address this imbalance of power. I have teenagers. There is no site which is safe from predators because they don't want to do it. And hark back to 2017, the government's Green Paper said, we don't really want to legislate at all. Please self-regulate, and of course they didn't. Over 90% of child pornography is generated by teenagers themselves, almost always in response to a predator. And yet there is no social network where children, like my children, can be assured that the person they're talking to is probably not a paedophile. That is a market failure. So the resulting act is very baroque, it's complex. I'm a member of the Free Speech Union. I think it's the most important organisation in Britain today. And when 30 people are being arrested for hurty words on Twitter, there are so many. That I've got friends who have been debanked. There are so many issues in free speech that I'm not saying we should ignore this one, but this probably isn't the greatest.
Andrew, if you could wrap up, please.
Yes. If you want a clue of what's really happening under the surface of the Act, I urge you to look at a lawsuit that's been filed against Ofcom on behalf of a site called 4chan, which specialises in gore. There are rape boards there that are very popular. And the language is incredible. It says, no country in the world should be able to inhibit any technology company from doing what it wants. We spent years extricating ourselves from Brussels. If we abolish the Online Safety Act just to please a tiny minority, we're no longer a sovereign country. And I think everyone who wants our children to explore the online world safely should oppose the abolition of this that America wants.
Thank you so much, Andrew. No longer a sovereign country if we allow pressure against the Online Safety Act to remove that piece of legislation. Matthew, what do you say back to Andrew on that rather punchy claim?
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to have this debate. And of course, there's nothing sovereign about reducing your freedom to speak online, or about taking away your privacy or reducing online invasion. I think we have to look at this in the round. This is a Labor government of unintended consequences. They set out to improve public finances, but ended up leaving us on a low-growth doom trap. They set out to back workers' rights, but ended up costing jobs. They set out to shield children from online harm, but have ended up putting them in more danger. The Online Safety Act has been nothing short of a disaster, not only for free speech and your privacy, but for the very people it's meant to protect, the very people Andrew wants to protect. From the introduction of age verification rules, we saw a huge increase in VPN usage. 1,400% has been discussed. That means children are now being pushed to darker corners of the internet, less regulated platforms, away from moderated places. On the subject of adult sites, we've seen traffic to adult sites that have complied with the laws go down significantly, whilst non-compliant sites have doubled or even tripled. The simple fact is the law is not working. It is having unintended consequences for little to no benefit. For those who do follow the law, of course, your privacy is at risk, because we're now seeing that there's concern about some of the age verification tools not actually shielding people's identities. So in the not too distant future, we could be seeing big data leaks and blackmail attempts. And then, of course, that's before we even get to all the free speech issues we've seen from the Act, where, of course, platforms like X are being forced to censor material by default. That's not big tech being evil. That's not Elon Musk wanting to censor this material. That is the state forcing him to do it. And that is at the core of the Online Safety Act, because if they don't remove enough material, they're going to face massive government fines and regulatory interventions. And that, of course, includes conservative material, includes Katie Lamb's speech about the failure to confront rape gangs, which was suppressed from view, as well as videos of protests outside asylum hotels. Perhaps adding irony to insult, even content critical of the Act itself has been censored. And at the same time, we've seen many websites block access for UK users. Wikipedia is worried that because of some of the requirements of the Act, they could soon similarly be forced to pull out of the UK. This is not the UK's, whether or not it's the UK's sovereign right to regulate. Of course, there is a sovereign right to regulate. The question is this regulation right? And the answer, quite frankly, is no. A Conservative government may have introduced the Online Safety Act, but it was never a truly conservative policy. I say that because Conservatives understand the importance of freedom. Conservatives understand that burdensome red tape and quango overreach is not the answer to complex challenges. Conservatives understand that it's the role of parents to raise children, not the role of the state. And Conservatives understand that real safety comes from targeting actual predators, not criminalising ordinary people. It's therefore no surprise that the Labor Party always backed the Act, that they are enforcing the law viciously, and that they're trying to use the Act in every way. But it's core to the Act itself. It's not something secondary. It's not unintended consequences because Labor's doing it. This is the consequences of the Act. I would also, though, hasten to add, of course, another key Secretary of State behind the Act is no longer a member of the Conservative Party. They've decided to join a different party, which perhaps says something as well. Now, I think if, as Kemi Badenoch said on this stage yesterday, the Conservatives got a lot right in government, but they also made a lot of mistakes. And the Online Safety Act was, quite frankly, one of those mistakes. And it's imperative to reach a policy position to repeal the Online Safety Act.
Thank you so much, Matthew. So Matthew says, Paul, that this is not about sovereignty, it's the fact that this regulation is no good and it is not a truly conservative policy, and that it's for parents and not the internet giants to deal with this issue. What do you say back to that as the minister who took this bill through Parliament and had to deal both with its detractors but also people who wanted you to go much further?
Exactly. Thank you, Julia. And it's a pleasure to see you all, and it's great to hear those incredible speeches as well. That we should be rightly, passionately fighting for freedom of speech. As Conservatives, it's right at the heart of what we are, our being, our purpose. And so it's really important to reflect on all of those views. And I was reflecting on the views as that bill was going through. I still reflect on the unintended consequences, on the implication of implementation as we see. But what we were setting out to do with the online safety bill at the time, the Now Act, was to set up the guardrails effectively with social media. 15 years down the line, it's something we should have been addressing over 15 years. Problem with politicians, they're not very good at long-term views, strategic views. So we were a little bit late to it. The world was late to setting those guardrails for freedom of speech. But effectively, it actually literally says in the bill that content providers should be protecting freedom of speech. Michelle Donnellan and I, the Secretary of State and I at the time, made sure that we inserted those safeguards within the legislation. The former Secretary of State that Matthew talked about, ironically, has gone to reform. We had to undo the legal and harmful aspects of the online safety bill, which would have meant that Ofcom would have been deciding what is harmful, what should be allowed online for you to see, not you. But all effectively we are doing is, apart from pivoting it to a child protection bill, to make sure that the pornography that Andrew talked about, 90% of that pornography that's actually being created by children and young people themselves, which is an awful figure, that it means that that's less accessible. Yes, people will look at VPNs, but I noticed that spike of sign-ups for VPNs has gone down quite significantly now. But it's the unintended consequences. It's people that don't want to see the mainstream of children that we're now able to rail back from seeing pornography and effectively rewiring their brains. But effectively, in terms of freedom of speech, what we've done to protect freedom of speech for adults is having a three-pronged approach. First of all, if it's illegal offline, it's illegal online. We're then pushing the responsibility back to the tech companies, not to be the policeman of the internet or anything like that, which is frankly impossible, but it's just to make them adhere to their own rules and guidelines that they put on as a terms and conditions when you sign up to the account. You need to have a decent reporting mechanism. You need to have an approach to be able to remove content. Now, clearly that is going overboard in implementation. I think you'll find that actually, as this goes through and people use tech, that's my alarm, that's my 3 minutes done, use tech to actually to protect children and protect freedom of speech, that will start to settle down. But the third and last thing is effectively setting a filter for adults. So not that we're removing freedom of speech from, or anything curtailing freedom of speech on the internet, but if you don't want to see abusive things, you should have a filter to be able to resile from that whilst using the benefit of social media, but getting rid of the bad bits.
Paul, thank you so much, and thank you everybody for your points. So there we have it. You have heard both sides. Now it's time for you to have your say and give your verdict. Whose arguments did you find the most compelling? Those of Lord Young and Matthew Lesh, or those of Andrew Orlovsky and Paul Scully? Can you please now pick up your phones, take to the Slido and cast your vote, and you'll be able to see the QR code, which will hopefully take you to where you need to go. Now, while we get through some awkward time as you do your voting, I will ask each team to ask the other team a question which you think punches a hole in their arguments. Lord Young?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Paul, given the present government's intention to lower the voting age to 16, doesn't it make sense to put the age gate there rather than at 18? That's the policy in Australia. They're banning social media use for under 16-year-olds. It's the policy that the Conservative group in the Lords is hoping to introduce into the Children's Wellbeing in Schools Bill to ban the use of phones by children under the age of 16 in schools. Isn't that where the age gate should be, not at 18? How can 16 and 17-year-olds be expected to make informed decisions at the ballot box if there are reams of content on social media that Ofcom has judged unsuitable for them to see?
I have a lot of sympathy with that, because I wouldn't have lowered the voting age. It was 18 was has been a gateway into adulthood for decades, for hundreds of years. So I don't think it's appropriate to be reducing it. But if that's going to be the new accepted age for responsibility in adulthood, then I'm very sympathetic to that point, absolutely. And you should be banning phones from schools, by the way, absolutely should be. At the end of the day, it's the hardware as much as anything, the use of phones in schools, which is causing the creation of pornography that Andrew was talking about. It's that peer pressure in schools that's part of the driveway for a lot of the abuse that we see on social media.
Andrew and Paul, do you have a question for Lord Jan?
Yeah,
Matthew?
one, I'm neither Toby or Matthew. We've seen a lot about other parties wanting to just scrap the bill in its entirety. I think you've argued, Toby in particular argued about the fact it's a problem with implementation. What would you want to see in its place? If you were going to scrap the bill, if that's what you're advocating, what would you do to protect children and Matthew?
Well, that's probably to me. I think there's two parts to it. One is ensuring that the law enforcement system is properly resourced, not to go after people's speech online, but to go after actual predators. I think that's something the police struggle with. But we know that there are thousands and thousands of reports, for example, about child exploitation material. It's very hard to investigate those. It requires a lot of resources, a lot of dedicated effort to go after the individuals who are causing the harm to children. I think secondarily to that, we have to be very careful about creating a false sense of security here with the Online Safety Act. I think a lot of it actually does, unfortunately, come back to the very high graft of good educational resources, of digital literacy, of ensuring parents understand that they can't just rely on the Online Safety Act and know that their kids are safe. I don't think the kids are going to be safe today because the Online Safety Act is still important to keep an eye on what your kids are doing online and to tell them to be careful about who they speak to and do just like we do in the physical world, that there can be dangers online. So I think it's about that literacy piece more than anything else, rather than taking... I would also say, by the way, that for all Andrew's hatred of big tech are the ones who have platforms that are have the most and devices, I should say, that have the most extensive child safety tools. So it's about ensuring that parents also use those child safety tools that do exist.
Julia, can I make one point, actually?
You can, although the results are in.
Well, when we put the bill through, Lucy Powell at the time was saying that she wanted to go further, have an online safety bill too. I knew by legislating that would mean that actually she won't have time to do that for years to come. But make no mistake, if we didn't legislate, it would have been far worse. And we have to be vigilant. This is why we need Conservatives in government implementing the bill, improving the bill. It's not perfect. It's the first start. We need us back to do this properly.
What an excellent way to wrap up the debate. So the results are in, everybody. And congratulations to Lord Jan and Matthew Lesh. Your prize is the smug satisfaction of victory and a glass of warm white wine in the dirty hours of this morning at the Midland Bar. Thank you so much to our speakers for participating, and for you, the audience, for really getting stuck in. Thank you to everybody who's already submitted papers to the policy review. We are working through them all, and if you're a Conservative involved in tech and in the science world, or even just an armchair policy guru with bold ideas, please keep your ideas coming. I'm Julia Lopez, and a big round of applause, please, for Lord Young, Andrew Orlowski, Matthew Lesh and Paul Scully. Enjoy the rest of the conference, everybody, and have a wonderful day.
The next session will be held in the exhibition hall in 10 minutes. Victoria Atkins, Shadow Secretary of State for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, will be holding a rally in front of the JCB tractor. Please do join us to show your support for the farming and rural community. The afternoon session will start in the auditorium at 2 p.m.
questions was just going to I haven't heard anything, but I wouldn't know anyway, to be honest.
Happy? Testing levels, audio check, testing levels at the desk, testing levels, checking audio levels. Testing levels, audio levels 1, 2, 3, testing levels at the desk 1, 2, 3. Testing levels at the desk, audio levels 1, 2, 3, testing levels. Testing audio levels, testing 1, 2, 3, testing.
Used to be decisive, but now I'm not sure. And Michael, that's a lovely photo, it's quite large, isn't it? I don't want to move it. Yeah, I know. Testing, 1, 2, testing, testing, testing the mics, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2, testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2, testing the mics, testing, 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 testing the mics.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I'll just mix 2 channels, I guess. I'm going to sit in for more. This is the microphone test. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 5, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Today I have not had breakfast yet because I'm trying to lose weight. Haha, I'm kidding. Ha ha ha. You good? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. Chair on the left. 1. Camera right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 1. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm going to point this microphone a little bit towards this side. I mean, mind you, I'm here, so I don't write levels. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. This is chair, camera left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Chair 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, because I'll probably just have to boost it up on just back. So there's no audio for the opening remarks, just so you know.
Testing. Everybody hear me?
Should be read at the bottom.
No.
Ready? Good afternoon, everyone. Can I start by welcoming you all to Doughty Streets? I'm Neil Hudgell. I'm part of the legal team that represents the families of the victims of the Nottingham attacks of June 2023. I start by expressing continuing gratitude of the families to you for all your continuing love and support. It's over 2 years since the atrocity and the start of the unbearable pain that each of these families continue to suffer. As you'll know, there's a public inquiry that they're tirelessly campaigning for that's due to begin to hear evidence in February of next year. You've heard on many occasions details of some of the repeated failings of the various institutions, both before and after June 2023. There's been many press conferences and briefings detailing just some of those failings. Today is not primarily about accountability, answers or change. The time for that scrutiny will come. Today is about remembering a dearly missed daughter, granddaughter, sister, niece and friend. It's about a young woman who was beautiful inside and out, who brought so much joy to so many people in her life. It's about reflecting on and recognising the incredible bravery and courage shown by a 19-year-old girl in the face of a horrific assault on her friend Barney. As the Prime Minister himself said, she made the ultimate sacrifice to protect her friend. I would like to welcome the speakers, Grace's incredibly proud but heartbroken parents, Sanjoy and Sinead, and her brother James. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I want to start off by saying that I'm determined Grace's life is not defined by the violence that took her, but by the fact she will always represent a symbol of heroism, compassion, and the very best of humanity. June 13, 2023. Mum just picked me up after finishing my chemistry GCSE paper 2. There I was, whining about the fact I found it hard paper. Little did I know, within moments, my world was about to be fractured forever. Now on the way home, Mum had asked me if I'd seen the news. Unsurprisingly, being in an exam, I hadn't. She then told me there had been attacks in Nottingham, where a young man and young woman were killed together walking home from a night out. As upsetting as it was, I stupidly thought nothing of it. Just to check everything was okay, I picked up my phone and rang Grace. Call number 1, straight to voicemail. Call number 2, straight to voicemail. Call number 15, straight to voicemail. We'd had nothing from Grace. Straight away I called as many of her friends I knew as possible. Each of them said the same. She was last seen walking back with Barney and he'd been killed. By this point I was desperate to wake up from this nightmare. It was a nightmare I couldn't escape. To this day I am haunted by the thoughts of what my sister's final moments must have been. Unimaginable pain, complete agony, and yet the unthinkable courage to stand alone and fight off an armed attacker in desperate attempt to save her friend's life. She was a warrior fighting off a coward. I often find myself trapped in an endless spiral of questions. What if? What if she just ran? What if she just got an Uber? What if she left 2 minutes later? I end up concluding that a few moments were the difference between what had been a life filled with laughter and one I now live marked by loss and isolation. Not to mention, if several institutions had done jobs correctly, none of these what-ifs would have even mattered in the first place. To have my life ahead of me, without my best friend alongside me every step of the way, will forever be incomplete. Without her, there's a ceiling on life. No matter what I achieve, or the joy and success the future brings, it will always fall miles short of the life it could have been with her in it. And this is a new reality a teenager like me has had to try and make any sense of. Even in the darkest moments, Grace's courage has shone brighter than anything else. It is only fitting and a pure reflection of who she was that she's received one of the highest honours of bravery this country can bestow. As her brother, it comes as no surprise, as this was Grace to a T. Someone who would stand up for her friends no matter the situation, which was crystal clear. We often use the phrase putting your life on the line as an exaggeration and a figure of speech, but my sister truly lived those words. And this is why I sincerely hope this honour will bring me a small measure of peace, knowing that her bravery and her goodness has been recognised. However lost I am without Grace, she serves an example to every single person, and it is her character that remains my compass through life. Even with my whole future ahead of me, I'm certain I'll never live up to even half the strength, the kindness and the character Grace possessed, simply because she had it naturally all so right. My never-ending goal in life is to only be more like Grace, and so it should be for everybody else. Grace's courage may have ended that night, but her beacon of light never will. Her bravery, her kindness and her love will continue to guide us, always. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. Grace was beautiful and brave in life, and now is recognised that she was courageous and selfless to the end in her death. Since the inception of the George Medal, I have found that it has been predominantly military personnel and those acting in the line of duty, such as in the emergency services, who are the majority of the recipients. It is a rare honour, and I would like to say an honour in which women are few and in the minority, and I would also like to recognise that as a teenager, Grace is truly exceptional. It is most brutal for me to reconcile what happened to Grace that fateful night. On the 13th of June, I woke up to the news that there had been a horrific violent incident in Nottingham that led to the death and injury of multiple citizens, but I could scarcely imagine that my daughter Grace, a medical student at the end of her first year at the University of Nottingham, could be tied up in these events. I wrote on our small family messaging group, exclaiming my horror and personally acknowledging to myself the proximity of the campus to the events on Ilkeston Road, but thought no more of it. I wrote, "This is awful. Small enough town Nottingham, quite shocking really." The timestamp 10:23. Grace did not reply to our message. We started calling and calling. There was no reply. I started to fear the worst. One of her close friends called me. "The girls in Nottingham do not have your number, Sinead." Barney has passed, and Grace was with Barney walking back. The events of Grace's fatal stabbing unfolded, and the circumstances as did the circumstances and the sequence of events. My beautiful daughter was an athlete, and she could have run. She did not. She stood her ground and tried to protect her friend. She could have tried to escape, but it clearly did not enter her mind to do so. She could have endeavoured to save herself. She did not. She actively defended her friend Barney. Barney, who had been targeted first in this brutal attack. She physically fought off this armed attacker from the assault on her friend. She fought to defend herself and her friend, sadly to no avail, and she too was overpowered. We have lost our beautiful daughter, and life will never be the same again, and I am lost without my girl, my pet, my best friend, and how I loved her so. And I do find it difficult to continue without her, truth be told. But this is about Grace and not about me. I hope this honour will shine a light on Grace as the exceptional human being she was. However, it will also shine a light on the failures of the institutions that ultimately bear the responsibility for the events that led to that night and the grief and heartbreak of all of our families. It does, however, give me some solace to know that Grace's bravery is recognised in perpetuity with this Gallantry Award. She is recognised for the brave, courageous and fearless girl that she was. Please never forget Grace. Think of her as a shining example of humanity, bravery, selflessness and kindness. With this honour, I think Grace is speaking to us as families. I think Grace is speaking to us all as society. Never stop fighting. Never stop trying to be the best. Never stop trying to improve failing systems and never be a bystander. Grace was not a bystander. We will advocate for accountability, transparency and a better society. Grace was not a bystander, be it in the small way ever, whether it be standing up to bullies or in the greatest way possible, fighting for her friend, for herself, with her life. And we shall not be bystanders. We as families will not be bystanders. Thank you.
I'm Sanjay Kumar, I'm Grace's father. We would like to thank His Royal Highness King Charles, the Prime Minister and the Cabinet Office for awarding the George Medal to our brave and beautiful daughter Grace. On 13th of June 23, Grace was walking back to halls of residence with her friend Barney when Valdo Calacane confronted them with a knife. For no reason, he attacked Barney, who had no chance to defend himself, and Grace intervened. She was 19, and she valiantly fought a 30-year-old armed with a large hunting knife. As her mother says, Grace was an athlete. She could have easily run away, even to seek help, but her instinct was to stand by her friend, intervene, to fight, to stop a sustained attack on her friend. She placed friendship over fear. She paid the ultimate price for her courage because she was the type who never abandoned a friend. I'm a deeply upset, bereaved father, but it is my privilege to call Grace my daughter. The 19 years she shared with me, I now realise, were my best. She motivated me to be a good father, a better person, a better doctor. She inspired me every day because of the love she had for me. Grace was born on the 17th of October 2003. She was the best present my wife could ever give me. And I was in love with her the moment I carried her in my arms for the first time. She was adored by her grandfather, who had also always wanted a daughter, and took delight in telling Grace that he was so disappointed that he had a second son, me. My father always wanted a daughter, but instead had two sons, my brother and I. Grace had much fun with this fact, and would constantly remind me of this if she thought I was getting too big for my boots. She had a wonderful sense of humour. She filled our house with sound and song, a house that is now quiet without her. Grace started showing her character from a very young age. At nursery, she would be seen competing with boys for the slides and swings. In the playground, she'd be playing football during breaks. It was clear she saw no distinction between friendships with boys or girls, and this would be something she continued throughout her school life. Her caring and compassionate nature was displayed early, even at junior school, when she would invite new pupils to the school into a friendship group, only to find that she had been excluded for making these new friendships. But she never cared about petty and mean behaviour. She would always stand by her friends. Sport was an obvious avenue for Grace. She started very young playing cricket and hockey, with the occasional wrestling session with her brother and her cousins, who were all boys. She wasn't treated any differently in the rough and tumble, and I think this prepared her for the sport she would take up. Grace played cricket for her county of Essex, winning Batter of the Year one season. She brought cricket to her school, where originally she had to play in the boys' team. And because of Grace, Bancroft School now has a ladies' cricket programme. Grace played hockey for England, her country. She played a forward position and was a top goal scorer for a season. One of her international goals was against Ireland, her mother's home nation, and bringing much joy to the English half of the family. She was a huge role model for her brother James, who she loved dearly. James would follow her example and become a school's county cricketer and an England hockey player, just like his sister. Grace always set the bar high for James, but James always jumped over the challenges she set for him. They were the most loving brother and sister one could imagine. It became clear to all of us that Grace was happiest when she had a badge on her chest, a county cricket badge, an England hockey badge, or her University of Nottingham badge. She found purpose in serving a badge, being part of a team, and carrying team responsibility. During the national emergency of COVID, when even some of my clinical colleagues were shielding, her first instinct was about how she could help her country, her community, and her county. When she heard that I'd be head of operations at the Walthamstow Library Vaccination Centre, she did all of the courses required to become a volunteer vaccinator. She would join all the brave volunteers to vaccinate hundreds of people. The volunteer team at the centre vaccinated well over 100,000 people. Grace would jump on her little Vespa and turn up at the vaccination centre to surprise me and do a volunteering shift. At the centre, she met many other women who were community leaders, MPs, women who she would look up to as role models. Her mother, a consultant anaesthetist who worked throughout the COVID emergency in the NHS, being her ultimate role model. Grace was determined to become a doctor. She had caring in her nature. She would study hard to win a place at medical college, Nottingham being her first choice for her favourite course and her favourite sport of hockey. Grace had just completed her first year at medical college in Nottingham. She had expressed an intention to become a trauma and orthopaedic surgeon. She had also discussed with me the prospect of joining the Royal Army Medical Corps before continuing on to the National Health Service. Joining the armed forces was a wish she knew I always wanted for myself, but never got round to doing. She wanted to outdo her father, even in duty. That is how dedicated she was. Wherever there are acts of outstanding bravery, as shown by Grace, there are unfortunately acts of cowardice. Cowardice in our tragedy was from people who simply didn't do their jobs, and by consequence, the attacks in Nottingham took place. Not doing one's basic job is cowardice, a dereliction of duty that Grace, Barney, and Ian did not deserve. Cowardice is also failing the duty of candour that so many organisations have. The failure of Nottingham Police to not charge Valder Callacane with any prior violent offences. The failure to let him walk the streets of Nottingham for 9 months when he was wanted on a warrant. The Assistant Chief Constable Rob Griffin's statement that Nottingham Police could not have done any more, but knowing Callacane was wanted on a warrant in his city. The absolute lack of professional standards shown by Nottingham police officers who passed around WhatsApp messages about the attack. The Nottingham Council security staff who breached confidential information. The poor criminal investigation which lacked professional curiosity like forensic sampling by the senior investigating officer. The lack of conviction by the Nottingham CPS to accept flawed psychiatric reports that did not question the day of the attacks, without any question or curiosity, stating falsely that Callacane was a case of treatment resistance when in fact he simply resisted taking his treatment. The very poor legal representation of the CPS prosecution case. The psychiatrist who sectioned Van der Callacane 4 times but did not change his treatment and discharge him into the community to be a danger to the public in Nottingham. Callacane's family and mother, who's a nurse, for letting him in the past drive in a so-called psychotic state, and brother for not calling the emergency services when he was called during the Nottingham attacks. The lack of any lessons learned by NHS England by not changing any systems from previous mental health-related homicides. The Nottingham Trust for getting so much wrong at every level, even though they'd repeated warnings from previous tragic assaults in the city. The sheer lack of any accountability. The breach of personal medical notes and data by Trust staff, and the behind closed doors investigation still taking place. The Leicestershire police officers who failed to arrest Valder Callacane weeks before the attack, whilst wanted on warrant. The IOPC for their shambolic investigation and then attempts to cover up the investigation into Leicestershire police. The CQC informing us that NHS England would give us detailed information about the failures by commissioning Themis Consulting, who in turn have not given us any detail that the CQC and NHS England had promised. The previous NHS England National Mental Health Director and current Midlands Regional Director continue to obfuscate and not answer questions we have raised about failures, and most disgracefully still held no one accountable for this terrible loss of life to this date. Accountability by these organisations seems to me to be becoming an anachronism. I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for ordering the Nottingham inquiry. I thanked him at the time at number 10, telling him that as a father he had really done me a favour, to which he replied, as a father, this is what I wanted to do for you. I'd like to thank Neil Hudgell and his team, who will be seeking accountability and eventually justice for us. For Grace, I deeply regret that I never told Grace something I have long known in my heart. She was in every way a better version of myself. Her unwavering dedication, courage and selflessness set a standard that I've always admired. Grace embodied the qualities I aspire to, and I'm proud to have known her and witnessed her remarkable character. To the public, here's my message based on what Grace represented. Grace was a true patriot. As John F. Kennedy in 1961 famously said, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. And this is the standard with which Grace led her life. She asked for nothing from her country, but gave everything. Representing and volunteering for her country was her highest honour. Like her, care for your communities. Like her, care for your counties and care for your country. Because that is what she did. And that is what she would want. Like her, ignore those who seek to divide communities in our country. But most of all, just as it states on her charity foundation, let's all be more like Grace. Thank you.
Naturally, we'll take questions now from the floor.
said in my speech, just gives me a bit of peace to know that her bravery has been recognised, and as Mum said, let alone being a woman, being a teenager, to be on an award like this is an incredible achievement, and I think it's only right for the way in which she lost her life and what she did for her best friend.
Dr. Kumar, you've all touched on how Grace could have run away if she wanted to. What does it say about her character that in that moment, facing the most extraordinary peril, that her instinct was to stay and help her friend?
I can't imagine what was going through Grace's mind at the time. She must have been absolutely terrified. I know I would have been, and I'm sure anybody in this room would be faced with that. So it's truly remarkable that her instinct was to stand and fight, to help her friend, to help Barney. As I said, Barney had been attacked and assaulted first. So it was only, Grace could only intervene. So it's difficult to put into words how she must feel, but it's also difficult to put into words how I feel. But we always thought Grace was too good to be true, because she was such a good, well, as well as being a nice girl, she worked hard at school, she worked hard at her sport, she was a nice friend, she was just a generally good, all-round good person. So to find out that even in her death, she too was too good to be true is quite remarkable. And like I said, I just want everyone to never forget Grace.
To any of all of you, what do you think Grace would make or is making of receiving this award?
Grace wasn't very good at receiving awards. She was very good at caring for her friends. Only her friends can attest to that. She was someone who loved being part of a team. She never wanted any personal recognition for anything. Her team, her mates, meant more to her than any individual prizes or awards, really. It was for her, it was all about her friends and her team. She was born to be in a team, which was so obvious from so early on in her life. I think she'd be looking down and probably passing her medal around the team.
When you heard that Grace was being recognised for her bravery, what went through your mind? She mentions it's quite a rare honour for a civilian who isn't associated with the military or emergency services to get this award. So what went through your minds in that moment? And also just secondary question, if I may, do you know when you will be going to Buckingham Palace or another royal residence to receive this on Grace's behalf?
I'd just like to say that it's not as something that we have celebrated. You can understand it is very bittersweet, but we feel privileged and proud of Grace, and because it reflects the kind of person she was with her gallantry award. Truth be told, of course, we would like Grace to be with us. We don't want awards. We don't want to be sitting here today, quite frankly. We wanted Grace to be getting all the things she loved in life. But the reality is, she's gone, and all I can say is that we're proud that she's been recognised for her bravery. From the point of view of investiture or anything like that, we've no notification. So we've no further comment to add on that, and we don't know anything yet at this point.
Anyone else? No, I don't think so. So I think we're going to. Oh, sorry, on that.
Sorry for your loss. How difficult is it knowing that the services that led to Harold being able to do what he did are still broken?
My answer is that they shouldn't be broken. My answer to you is that everyone who goes to work every day should just do their job. The fact that people are not doing their jobs is what I have the issue with. In our case, we have never asked for anything exceptional to have happened. What has been heartbreaking for us, as I said, was that people just simply didn't do their jobs. And there is no excuse for that. When I was asked by, well, when we were in a meeting with the Secretary of State for Health, we were, you know, we were reminded by other people present there about funding, etc., about the NHS and things like that. Sinead and I have worked in the NHS for about 30 years, when there's always been a shortage of funding, but what it hasn't stopped people doing is their job every day. All we have simply asked throughout this whole process is, did people do their jobs? And answer, unfortunately, is that there were people who just simply didn't do their job.
I'd like to add just one more thing, please, Neil, and that is I'd like you all to remember the other victims of the attacks on June 13th. The Coates family are grieving for Ian. The Webber family continue to be heartbroken and grieve for their son Barney. So I just would like to remember that this is about Grace today, but at the same time I think it's important we do remember that we need answers for all of the families, and that's what we look forward to getting with the Nottingham inquiry.
Any more? Okay, I think we're going to take a few minutes and then I think there's going to be some one-to-ones outside. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm coming out. I just want to do something. Yeah.
Starting a business is a profound act of human courage. The triumph of optimism over inertia. But not enough politicians in Westminster understand that.
UK unemployment rose for the 5th consecutive month.
89,000 jobs have been lost in restaurants, bars, pubs and hotels.
They are going to cut a third of their workforce in the UK. That's about 1,000 jobs.
Sluggish growth in the UK economy.
Jobs don't just fall from the sky. They appear because companies are created by risk takers, and they take a risk with every job they create. And jobs only exist because they are helping that business to progress. And 80% of the jobs are nothing to do with the government, they're the private sector. If you crush the private sector, you crush jobs. All the research shows that the single most important ingredient for a happy society are jobs.
But we Conservatives understand business, and we're going to prove it. We know business is about embracing risk, knowing that there are no guarantees, no bailouts, and no one is coming to the rescue. But when entrepreneurs succeed, they create the wealth that funds our public services. So we will always take the side of business. We will listen to them. We won't just promise to cut the red tape blocking their success. We will take a chainsaw to it. We will show them our plan to make Britain the best place in the world to start a business. We back the millions of entrepreneurs and businesses who create wealth and jobs across this country. We will be unafraid to talk about the need for business. The Conservatives will always celebrate Britain's risk takers.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Shadow Secretary of State for Business and Trade, Andrew Griffiths.
Conference. Business builds Britain. It's business that takes ideas and turns them into reality, takes jobs and turns them into livelihoods. And it's business that pays the nation's bills. With strong business, everything is possible. I spent 25 years in business, where I saw optimism at work every day. And that's why I'm optimistic. I know Britain can return to being a world-leading economy. Our country has huge strengths, which even years more of this government will not diminish. The English language, respect for property, our deep, sophisticated financial markets, and a mix of the sort of businesses that thrive globally. Around the world, people want what we produce, and they want our skills, our capital, and our ideas. Thanks to the last Conservative government, we have an independent trade policy, which allows us to sell not just to Europe, but to our long-standing allies and most of the fastest-growing economies on the planet. Compare that distinguished record on trade to the press release politics we've seen over the last year. The Prime Minister told us in May his US deal was signed, sealed and delivered, yet tariffs remain. He told us he had a deal for pharmaceuticals, but it never materialised, and our drug companies are leaving. He told us he finally understood Brexit, and then went running back to Brussels to let them dictate our rules, killing our flexibility for future deals. It's clear that Labour and the other parties simply don't understand business. How could they? Unlike our party, their ranks are full of professional politicians, trade unionists and the public sector. No government that understood business would ever have imposed a jobs tax and changes to national insurance thresholds which hurt those employing the most the hardest, or the family business tax, a death tax, or doubled rates on the very businesses which keep our high streets alive. And Conference, no government that cared about British firms and British workers would ignore energy costs that are 4 times higher than our competitors. Instead of creating wealth, they attack it, driving away entrepreneurs, investors and top talent. Too many of our best and brightest are exchanging Docklands for Dubai or Manchester for Milan. And what Labour do nationally, the Greens, Lib Dems and the Nationalists do locally. Hostile planning policies, frustrating businesses trying to expand, blocking new infrastructure and suffocating firms with traffic congestion, parking restrictions and red tape. The next government will fix this and more, just as after the failed consensus of the 70s, Britain picked itself up, restoring our pride and our growth. But the process of change requires being honest about where we start. We're no longer the rich country many think we are. For too long, we've been slipping down the international rankings in GDP per capita, competitiveness and inward investment. Under Labour, Britain is competing in the veterans' race, comparing ourselves to the other slow-growing G7, when the real competition are those younger, fitter economies who are overtaking us. We Conservatives know that it is only the private sector that creates growth, not government. There were moments in office when we strayed far from that truth. More regulations, raising taxes, the state as nanny, indulging the idea that government is the solution, when we know very often it's the problem. But the Conservative Party is under new management, and at the heart of our strategy is an approach that's proud to champion wealth creators and risk takers, creating a new generation of entrepreneurs and backing our businesses. I'm announcing clear policies today which start that work. In our very first budget, we will repeal the family business tax, which punishes success and disincentivises growth. We will build a tax system which values those who take a risk and helps the very smallest businesses. And the next Conservative government will actively reverse the job-destroying measures in Labour's Unemployment Rights Bill, a bill which allows strikes to be called even if just a tiny fraction of the workforce vote. A bill which will destroy job opportunities for young people while topping up Labour's political fund without workers ever being given the choice. And the opposition to this terrible bill in Parliament has been led by your shadow Conservative business team, David Hart and Andrew Sharp in the House of Lords, my shadow ministers Harriet Baldwin, Gareth Davis and my PPS Ali Griffiths in the Commons. Not by any other party, but by the Conservative Party. And there's more. I understand that there are far too many hurdles for small businesses to jump. Red tape that steals away the precious time of those who run them. Take HMRC, an organisation which literally tried to turn its helplines off for 6 months of the year. We say enough. That is unacceptable. So within weeks of entering government, we will ensure that every time a small business interacts with HMRC, they are given the opportunity to rate their experience in the same way as companies seek customer feedback. No more hanging on the phone for an hour with no one held accountable. No one loves paying their taxes, but the taxman needs to respect those whose hard work and enterprise pays their salaries. Nowhere is that more important than the self-employed. They're risk takers striking out on their own, often with nothing more than a laptop and a belief they can make it work. That's why we commit today to doing better for the self-employed. And that includes looking again at how to reform IR35. Because if Britain is to have ladders of opportunity, then the self-employed need to be able to climb them. Similarly, opening a bank account today is so hard. It's a miracle anyone starts a business at all. It can take weeks or months to do what other countries do in minutes. It shows just how far our regulators have lost the plot, and it's a brake on growth we cannot afford. So we will transform a process which makes banks treat you as innocent, as guilty, until proven innocent. From the tone at the top of the regulators to repealing EU-era rules, we have a clear plan, and we will fix this. So, scrapping the family business tax, reversing the unemployment bill, easier bank accounts and a better service from HMRC. Real policies that will make a real difference. And where we can, we need a tax framework which shows our support with actions, not words. No sector has been hit harder by Labour's onslaught against enterprise than hospitality, retail and leisure. 89,000 jobs lost in the hospitality sector alone since Rachel Reeves' autumn budget. One of her first actions in office was more than double business rates for many of our high street businesses by cutting the relief that previous Conservative governments introduced. Because of the choices she's made, the life in our high streets is ebbing away, and we know the heart of our communities are suffering. So we want to give them hope. Today we are announcing that when we return to government, we will introduce a permanent 100% relief in business rates for retail, hospitality and leisure. 250,000 businesses will benefit from that change. Pubs, shops, restaurants struggling across the country will be saved, and our high streets will get an enormous boost. But conference is one more thing. We want to reignite a culture of entrepreneurship in Britain, to support and celebrate those who take a risk, a mission the like of which we have not seen since my friend and mentor, Lord David Young, was Mrs Thatcher's Secretary for Trade and Enterprise, to create a new generation of entrepreneurs. As Business Secretary, I want to see young entrepreneur schemes flourish in every school and college in the country, building on existing schemes delivered by people who've been there and done it and want the next generation to succeed. We will provide the support to make this happen because this is what we believe and what a stronger economy requires. So, conference, let me be clear. The Conservative Party as the party of enterprise, the party of the entrepreneur, the party of business, on the side of the pub landlord, the restaurateur, the small business owner, the self-employed and the family business, those who work for themselves and give work to others, the builders, not the blockers, those that make, not those that take. That's who we support, that's who we believe in, that's who our government will serve. Nations that seize opportunities rise. We will seize the opportunity and gather, we will make the Britain's economy strong again. Thank you. And now, conference, please join me in welcoming to the stage three successful businesses, Varian Palmer, Richard Waxman and Sarah Payne. Thank you, Varian. Richard. Welcome, and thank you for being successful businesses and successful enterprises that help our economy. Varian, it's been a difficult time. You run a successful hotel with your family, a successful hotel business in the southwest. By definition, employing lots of people, giving them a chance. How are you finding things?
we've had a successful summer in terms of top-line business, but the weather's been great. On a less good weather summer, it's not so great, and no one can forecast that. The challenge we've had, though, is the significant rise in the NIC bill. We employ a lot of young people, and the additional cost to us has been just over £250,000, which, what's so sad...
Just from that change?
Just from that one change. And what's so sad is that we employ so many young people and develop so many training programs that money has pretty much had to come out of that to go and pay the additional NI charges. It's a real shame because hospitality is a profession, a sector, where you need no qualifications and you can rise so fast. And if those NIC's contributions could be just reduced, maybe for those under 25, for those who are returning from welfare, just think what it could change in the UK. All political parties are talking about getting people back into work. We are one of the sectors that could, with an immediate change, could have such a profound impact on what we could do for young people.
And it would happen straight away, just
very quickly.
As the reverse happens.
We're a speedy industry that we can change.
Richard, closer to home, a Yorkshireman. Some good common Yorkshire sense about what the government's doing and what we should be doing?
Yeah, of course, Yorkshiremen have a reputation of speaking their minds, so that's one thing. Today I think is perhaps for a lot of people in business some of the most depressing times, not only for all the tax rises that we've had, but everybody fears for what will come. And we're a distribution company. We do sell fibre throughout the world, synthetic fibre for flame retardant garments. But more in terms of the UK, we sell ceramic tiles and also renewable energy. Obviously, it's really important that there is growth, and this government has talked about growth constantly before they came into power, and lower taxes, and as we know, there have been so many lies and pretty depressing for the current state of the business. However, as a company, we are positive. I have to say that the Secretary of State, Shadow Secretary of State for Energy this morning talked about renewable energy. Perhaps I certainly agree with some of what she said, but some of it perhaps I have slightly different views. Solar energy, I'm not talking now about for farms, but certainly for houses, factories, churches, schools, is here, it's cheap, it's efficient. I have nothing against nuclear energy, but nuclear energy is a great thought process, and Rolls-Royce may well do well in the future, hopefully so. Fantastic potential. But we all know it takes years and years. We know it's not only takes years, it's usually double over budget. So solar, even if you're against solar farms, I think solar for houses and domestic and industrial use is here now. And I think the Conservative Party just have to be aware that a lot of young people are really keen on renewable energy, and I think perhaps separating that from wind farms and other things, I think they need to just review that.
Well, certainly cheap energy is a key challenge for us, and we can't, as I said in my speech, we can't compete if our energy costs are just enduringly higher than some of our competitors. Sarah, you're, if I may, at the other end, you're a micro-entrepreneur, a serial entrepreneur as well. Take your mind back to some of the challenges I talked about if we're trying to create a generation of entrepreneurs, the barriers faced when you started businesses.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've recently started a business this year, Cocoa Sisters, but it's not my first rodeo. But if it was my first rodeo, I think I would really struggle. Accessing finance is difficult with the UK startup loans, which is a great scheme, but it falls flat. It's not very accessible. The people running it don't really understand business. And really, generally, we just need a stable
environment to operate in, and we're not getting that at the moment. At the moment, you know, sort of Rachel Reeves is throwing policy ideas up in the air and just seeing how people react. She's pushed the budget out as far as it can go. This, you know, this all creates instability, it dampens demand, and ultimately the cost is borne by the consumer.
You were talking about that, Vivian, just a minute ago, about people's concerns, and you're already seeing that in people's willingness to spend or book a mini break at your lovely hotel.
Oh yes, so at the Headland we see when a general election is approaching or when a budget is approaching, people just stop booking. Everyone gets so nervous, and so all the uncertainty and the, I would say, the flip-flopping of ideas out into the media currently is so harmful to the prospective spend of guests, and I imagine that's not just hospitality. I imagine that is other sort of other sectors as well.
And you're a multi-generational business as well.
So fifth generation hotelier.
Wow.
in Newquay, and yes, my parents started the Headland 46 years ago. Yeah. So yes, family tax is
family business death tax not good either.
Not great for us, no.
No, I mean the great thing about business, Richard, is just how irrepressible, how business is pragmatic, seeks to solve problems. But it feels like there's a lot coming at you at the moment.
I was listening to your speech before, Andrew, and the one thing I have to say is I am so delighted that you talk about scrapping the family inheritance tax. I think that is massive. I think the Labour Party, I've never been so upset in my life when I heard that they were going to do that. I have family, sons in my business, and if you're a private trading company, to have to pay 20% inheritance tax on your business, I think that is it close to communism or is it socialism? I really don't know what it is, but I think it's disgusting. And yeah. How can you build up a business for the future and have to pay that? Because it's the recipient that has to pay that. Where are they going to get the money from? And I know everybody talks about farmers, and that's fine. They have similar but different problems. But nobody really talked about family businesses. So actually what you've said, Andrew, I am really delighted. So that's a massive thing. Yeah.
It is a big thing that I'm proud that Kemi and ourselves have got behind that straight away. The same is true of farmers. Charlie Munger, Warren Buffett's sidekick, very successful investor, said, "Show me the incentives and I'll show you the outcome." And one of the big things we see in this government is they just don't understand what it takes to make people tick, to take that chance. Sarah, you're taking that chance again.
Yeah.
And you know, fantastic for you for doing so. Some of the other barriers that you face?
Well, you know, the hike in business rates has been problematic for us. You know, it gives us no additional benefit at all. There's nothing to go with it. The changes in employment and national insurance and minimum wage, I don't think the government understand that people peg their salaries against the minimum wage. So if the minimum wage goes up, everyone's wages go up, and you know, again, that hits the consumer at the end of the day.
Right, we've got a couple of minutes left. One last wish. We've already solved the family business death tax. We're going to make some aspects of business life easier. One wish for the first Conservative budget. I wouldn't hold your breath for the one that Rachel Reeves is about to produce, but when we get back, one wish. Richard?
Well, I would also reduce inheritance tax at 40%, which I also think is pretty awful, and I don't agree with it at all. And I have to say, it was that during the Conservative Party, and I hope that a new Conservative Party might think to change that as well, because that it really encourages people.
Okay, Varian?
Mine's connected with young people. We've got to get people into employment.
Yes.
And so with that, it's a double-edged sword, I think, double-edged idea. Reducing the NICs for those under 25, but also putting a dedicated, well-trained careers lead into every secondary school in the country to be able to talk about, when you're at school, you don't know what jobs are out there. And that one thing would mean that young people could actually see what careers are out there and what they want to do. And that's half the battle to get people into work, surely.
Yes. Absolutely, and we're going to hear from the Work and Pension Secretary right now, I think. Sarah?
Yeah, following on from that, the Kickstart campaign was amazing at getting young people who might not struggle to find work, to get them into work. It's great for employers. So if we could bring back that. And the Capital Allowance Scheme from 2022 that we had just after COVID, which incentivised businesses to invest, that was great. So, sorry, that was 2, but I'd like both of those, please.
Fantastic. Conference, please thank your panel. Lots of excellent ideas, lots of work to be done. And,
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lord McKinley of Richborough.
Well, Conference, I knew this Labour government would cost an arm and a leg, but I didn't think it'd be this bad. Now, can I let you into a confidence? I know we're amongst friends here today, so you won't repeat it anywhere else, will you? I go to work. I hold down 3 roles. A member of the House of Lords, which I'm very grateful to do, and play an active role there. I am also the director of a charity, and as a chartered accountant, chartered tax advisor, I'm still in practice doing that as well, and a bit of writing. Why do I do that? Why don't I just sit on my backside? I do it because it gives me personal pride, and I have a family that I want to provide for. Now, I've just come back from Budapest just yesterday. I was very honoured to be given the role of giving one of the speeches at the unveiling of a new sculpture to Lady Thatcher. She is that revered in Budapest and in Hungary for releasing that country and Central Europe generally out of its socialist morass, just as she did for us in the 1970s. Now, I had a meeting with one of the cabinet ministers, and we were discussing benefits. I'm always interested in what other countries do, because our problems are not unique. Now, they've implemented a form of, we'd call it, workfare. People get benefits for 3 months, and then they have to either not get benefits anymore, or they have to turn up for civic work duties. And I noticed this some years ago. My wife is Hungarian, and the towns and cities were looking quite beautified. And I wondered why. My wife said, well, see all those people at the council offices, they're here to do some work for the day to get their benefits. And lo and behold, their benefit rate, or the people who were claiming benefits, went down from 5% to 1%, because they managed to find some jobs. It's really not that hard. Hungary does some quite interesting things. We're also discussing their amount of refugees that they have. We had 103,000 applications last year, Spain 140,000, Hungary 25. Well, well, well. But we have serious problems with our benefit system. It's not just an economic problem, and the economic problem is really, really serious, as we have a country that is almost verging on bankruptcy. What could we achieve if we weren't spending nearly, well, the estimate is nearly 100 billion by the end of this Parliament on disability and just not fit for work type of benefits? What could we do with that money? What could be the lower tax rate? What could we be doing in terms of the defence spending that we need? And what would those people in work be actually creating for our economy? So it's not just an economic problem. It's also a real problem of people. How can we be satisfied that we have so many millions of people literally doing very little, and then we wonder why we have mental health problems? So this is a people problem. It's not just an economic one. I don't think it's kind to keep people on benefits. I think it's more of a cruelty. And that is the foundation of conservatism, that our benefit system should be the safety net, the leg up when people are finding themselves in a tough place and getting them back into work. This shouldn't be anything strange or odd. This should be the norm. This is what the Conservative Party should be promoting. This is a return to the conservative values that Lady Thatcher left us the inheritance of, and what we must return to. Thank you, Conference. As you know, I was the Member of Parliament for South Thanet for some 9 years. Guess who I beat? That was Nigel Farage. That's right, I remember. But I had a fellow Kent MP who I worked very closely with. She's held a few ministerial roles, and she's now got the job of fixing Britain's benefit system. It's Helen Whately, the member for Faversham and Mid-Kent, and she is our Shadow Secretary of State. Helen, thank you. Really good to see you.
Good afternoon, Conference. Craig is an extraordinary inspiration. I remember back in 2015, he turned up in an ancient Land Rover to campaign with me in a housing estate in Maidstone. Back then, Craig had a no-nonsense, pull-your-socks-up attitude. He's been through a lot since then, and he still has it. I asked Craig to kick off this session, not only because I knew he would do a great job, but because his attitude is what the whole country needs. Everyone goes through hard times. I am sure all of you have, one way or another. And I bet you have always done your best to find your own way through. That's the Conservative way. And it's not just us. That is how most people think. But not everyone. We're here because we all know we have an important job to do. If not us, who? But millions of people right now are sitting on the sofa at home. Millions have got themselves a sick note from the GP and signed on to sickness benefits with just a form and a phone call. Millions are getting benefits for anxiety and ADHD, along with a free Motability car. TikTok videos will tell you how, and some people even pay for VIP services to boost their chances of a successful benefits claim. Yes, there are people with serious illnesses and disabilities. But 1 in 4 people now describe themselves as disabled. So what does the term even mean? We've got 10 million people of working age now claiming benefits, 1 million young people not in employment, education or training, just when they should be getting going, getting experience and that feeling of having money in your pocket that you've earned yourself. I genuinely feel we are at risk of a wasted generation, and our economy needs people, not just migrants imported, to fill the gap. The right answer has to be get British people into work. Last week, I went to Teesside, and I visited a great British family business, Pickering's Lifts. They install lifts all around the country, and they have a great apprenticeship scheme. There are 5,000 people unemployed there in Stockton-on-Tees, and right on their doorstep is an estate which was in the infamous Benefit Street documentary. We were talking about the job situation, and the MD of Pickering said, actually, we've got lots of vacancies. It's really hard to get people to do these jobs and stick at them. And I'm sitting there thinking, what on earth? People tell me the problem is that all the jobs now are in social care or in the gig economy or need skills people don't have. But here you have exactly the sort of jobs people say they want, along with training, a decent salary and good career prospects. So what are people doing instead of working at Pickering's? The problem is you can get £5,000 more a year on sickness benefits than as a minimum wage worker. So no surprise, that's what many people are choosing, and it's wrong. Our welfare system should be a safety net, not a lifestyle choice. Keir Starmer has said he wants to make welfare savings. Back in the summer, he tried. But he failed so catastrophically that instead of saving money, he ended up forking out £300 million extra of your money to get his backbenchers to vote for his bill. That is what a weak leader looks like, Keir cowering in fear from his left-wing backbenchers. In a few weeks' time, Rachel Reeves will be putting up our taxes again. We will all be paying more because Labour MPs would rather hike your taxes than get a grip of their welfare system. So would the Lib Dems, the Greens, the SNP, Plaid and even Reform. All of them want the government to spend billions more on welfare. 3.5 billion more just to end the two-child benefit cap. Where will they find that money? And it's not fair. People in work make tough decisions about whether they can afford to even start a family, and they don't get paid more if they have an extra child. Believe me, I am all for encouraging people to have kids, but people on benefits should face the same decisions as the rest of us. It's about taking responsibility for the choices you make. That's the Conservative way. Labour doesn't get it. Nigel doesn't get it either. We need a government with the courage to do what's right, not just what sounds nice. That leaves us as the only party who can fix welfare. That's why I've got my common sense plan for welfare savings. Fix the sick note system, bring back face-to-face assessments, end sickness benefits for low-level mental health problems, stop the abuse of motability, and put British citizens first in our benefit system. Just living here is not a reason to get money from taxpayers. That's not all. We will change our sickness benefit system so it helps those who really need help and stops turning people into victims. We will make the benefits cap do what it should so that families on benefits aren't better off than those in work, and we'll tackle the massive hike in housing benefit. All that gives you billions of savings off the benefits bill. Savings that can help us balance the country's books and money to help people into work. Because this isn't just about savings, it's about turning people's lives around. And for us to succeed as a country, we need everyone to put their shoulder to the wheel. Conference, it's time to return to the Conservative principles we know are the secret of our country's success. Personal responsibility, aspiration, fairness, real compassion, living within our means. Labour have only one playbook: handouts and higher taxes. Reform, in the words of their newest MP, will spend like drunken sailors. The job of fixing welfare falls to us, all of us. I have a plan, but there's more to do. The hard yards, the hard thinking, the tough decisions to turn this country around from stagnation to growth, from envy to aspiration, and from despondency to hope. Thank you, Conference. Thank you. Now, is your chance to get involved. I want to hear your views. We should see in a moment on the screen, there we go, a QR code. Can I ask you to scan that with your phone? While you're doing that, I'm going to introduce my special guests. First, I'd like to welcome back to the stage my former colleague in the Commons, now much more grandly the other end of Parliament, Lord Craig McKinley. And now my other special guest, who I know has many fans in the audience and has been doing truly extraordinary work on the failures of our welfare state. Please welcome Times columnist and former editor of The Spectator, Fraser Nelson. Craig and Fraser, thank you so much for joining us at conference. Now, to kick off our discussion, I'm turning back to you, the audience. And I'm going to start by asking you a question to then answer on the thing on your phones when you've done the QR code. So the question I'm going to ask you is, when reforming the welfare system, what should the priority be? And you'll have about 30 seconds or so to pick your top priority from the list of living within our means, making work pay, supporting sick and disabled people, ending the waste of talent and lives, or filling job vacancies with British workers. While you're doing that, I'm going to kick off with a question to Fraser. Fraser, you have built up a treasure trove of data and written many articles about welfare, as well as your excellent recent documentary. So can I ask you why you've chosen to focus on welfare as a topic?
Well, I mean, journalistically, I think it is the most important underreported story of our times. All journalists want to try to find out what's really going on and shine a light where there is darkness. And during the 90s, the DWP opened its database to the public. That was really, I've always been interested in what's now called data journalism. And then I was just astonished at what you were able to see. It's like almost being given access to the government vaults. So at the time when Tony Blair was talking about full employment, you could go in there and discover, to my shock, but there was just over 5 million people on out-of-work benefits. Almost half of them were on sickness benefits. Very different of a narrative we were being given. So then it was possible to write stories saying, look at this figure, and it was shocking. People were genuinely shocked because they didn't really know. They started to believe this full employment chat. But then, even worse, there was an economic model coming along where the employment was growing in the country, but that was mainly by immigration. So you got this at the same time, huge numbers of people being put in benefits, and at the same time their gap, in the vacuum of the labour force being filled with immigration. Now, this started to get better, a fuss was created, it became a thing. James Purnell for Labour, and then Ian Duncan-Smith really succeeded in getting sickness benefit down, to the extent where before the lockdown, we had hit the highest ever level of economic participation in this country. But there's never in the history of these islands where a greater share of the population either in work or looking for work. Now that goes to show that government reform can turn this around. This is not a story of fundamentally lazy Brits. This is simply a good people stuck in a bad system. If you reform the system, things can get better. But unfortunately, during the lockdowns and afterwards, things got so worse that almost all that progress had been erased. And then, to my shock, the Boris Johnson government started to do a turbocharged version of what was happening under Blair. So number of people going on sickness benefits was 2,000 a day, and meanwhile mass immigration running at levels never imagined. So I started writing about this again. And I would do editorial after editorial in The Spectator about it. But the problem is, when you start to talk about millions of people here, millions of people there, it kind of goes over people's heads. So that's why I wanted to try to... It was actually that ITV film, The Post Office of Mr. Bates, that really made things real for people. And I thought, well, television can do this. Yes. So I wanted to... so then I worked with Channel 4 to do this film, trying to show that this is the face and the stories and give voice to those trapped in the system, to try to show this is a human tragedy. This isn't just about numbers or figures. And that came out this time last year. And since then, the Times reported on Saturday that the number of people signed off to sickness benefit was bad enough at 2,000 a day, but now it's 5,000 a day. So that, if you just imagine, there's about, I don't know, about 400 of us here in the hall right now. Imagine if we were in the O2 Arena, which fits 20,000. Every 4 days, the equivalent of that is being lost from the economy. And the way that works is most people never come back to work ever again. So this is the every day of delay, every day, let alone every year. You're losing so many people and their potential. So that's why I think even more now what I've always thought, but this is the biggest crisis. And Labour weren't really flagging it up in opposition, and that should really been a signal to me, but they might not be very keen to do it in government either.
Well, you flagged up exactly the point that I see as Shadow Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, which is that Labour have come into government with no plan for what to do about welfare. It's one reason why I've been doing this work and having conversations with so many people working in this field and all around the country, because I think it's crucial that in opposition we come up with our plan for what we would do to fix it. Now, I'm hoping that the tech geniuses will be working with the information that you've fed in, and here it is, magically, it has just come up on the screen in front of me and the screen up there, which is what people in the audience think our priorities should be. And first and foremost, as you can see there, making work pay, then living within our means, ending the waste of talent and lives, filling job vacancies with British workers, and then supporting sick and disabled people. Though I'm sure that number 5 reflects not only the fact that we know that people are receiving benefits who don't always need them, but also that safety net does need to properly work. Craig, I was just going to come to you for your reflections on that.
Yeah, the making work pay, and we all have stories. There's an old chap, friend of the family, in his 80s, retired, very proud sort of guy. And he's got his neighbour, seems to have a stream of deliveries to his house every day that brings him cigarettes, brings him his takeaway every night. The chap's in his late 40s, and there's a smell of cannabis comes over the garden wall on a daily basis. And lo and behold, he is on a form of anxiety benefit, and he's showing off his new BMW every 3 years. Little wonder, because the system is deemed to be so generous, that a lot of people say, well, I'll be stupid to do anything but go on a benefit system and try and get the lucky jackpot of a sickness benefit. So we have created this because humans are very good at finding loopholes. We've created the biggest loophole of all, able to exist for doing very little. Now, my worry at the moment with the socialist government, a lot of them, if you speak to them, they've always held the belief that we should have a universal basic income in this country. Lo and behold, the way we're progressing, we've almost got there. This is not what the benefits system was for in this country. Even the old Labour grandees of the 40s and 50s didn't anticipate it would get to this. It's up to us to change it.
Thank you very much, Craig. Now, I want to come back to the audience to get one more view from you in the last couple of minutes that we've got left. And this time, I would like you to just type in one word into your phones in response to the following question, which is, what principle matters most to you when it comes to welfare? What principle matters most to you when it comes to welfare? And we're pretty short of time, but while you're doing that, Fraser, what would be your guiding principle when it comes to welfare?
But this is about lives more than money. Of course, money matters a lot, but fundamentally, this is about communities. This is about the parts of the country where the incentive to work has been destroyed by the welfare state. Beveridge created welfare to tackle what you call the giant evil of idleness, meaning worklessness in today's. Because it's not just income that you lose, it's your mental health, communities, everything goes. So I think this is primarily a job of social repair. And after the last, I hate to say, 14 years as well, more than the last 6 to 14 years, there's a lot of repair work to do.
Thank you. Craig?
Well, with my accountancy hat on, I'm very worried about the cost to the nation and the opportunity cost of having a lot of people doing nothing. We have got a very, very serious economic situation in this country, and I see repairing the benefits problem as key to that. But all of that flows into people. And do you know what keeps me going with the problems I've got? It's work, it's busy, it's doing the right thing. So fundamentally, even like this, conservatism comes through.
So very true. Very true. I'm giving a moment for the tech geniuses to see if they can serve up a word cloud. There we go.
Very good.
Of your words. And look at that. And you know what? I was thinking what you might come up with, and I didn't know. And I thought also, what if this went wrong and I didn't get a word cloud? What word would I pick on to talk about? And do you know what? The word that I would have picked on to talk about was fairness. Because fairness is the thing that comes up again and again in the conversations I have about this. People want a welfare system that's fair to everyone in the country, fair to people who need help, and fair to the people who are funding that. So to wrap us up, can I say thank you all very much for your contribution this afternoon. Under Kemi, we've made a commitment that we are going to be driven by our principles. Thank you for letting me know your principles for welfare reform, from living within our means to restoring fairness and a culture of personal responsibility. These principles will underpin the work I'm doing on welfare reform in the coming months. Thank you, conference, for taking part, and thank you very much to my guests, Fraser and Craig.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Shadow Secretary of State for Transport, Richard Holden.
Well, conference, before I start, actually, I was just seeing Craig backstage. When I was chairman, I went to see Craig in hospital, and we didn't know whether he was going to pull through. And today I've just been helping tucking his shirt into his trousers. So he is back with us, full-throated, and I think he is actually a testament to the tenacity of the human spirit, and actually a testament to the tenacity of our party as we take the fight back to Labour to win the next general election as well. Conference, it's great to be back with you here in Manchester, the big city for me growing up down the road. But as some of you know, I've travelled around a little bit myself. A Lancashire lad, university in London, won North West Durham unexpectedly. Great to see some of you guys here. Basildon and Billericay now, just by 20 votes. And it is great to be back in transport too. Coming back to Manchester, I'm reminded of visiting here as Roads and Buses Minister, when I came up to sign off a big £1 billion 5-year plan to create the B network for this great city. Although it was, surprise, surprise, Andy Burnham who grabbed the headlines that day. But I'm not the only politician who's found themselves fighting Andy Burnham for column inches in recent days, as Labour's current leader knows all too well. Now, looking at Labour in government, it's easy to attack their competence or lack thereof. Massive pay rises for their union paymasters, yet strikes across the board, from rail to tube. Strikes here in Greater Manchester and on the buses in towns and cities across the Midlands and the north of England. And we've seen Labour's abandonment of our popular get around for £2 bus fare. We've also seen them sideline major road schemes like the A303, with hundreds of millions of pounds wasted in the process. We've seen them sideline new laws too, that Labour said they'd back, to reduce the misery of roadworks. Those schemes delayed by this government, and then delayed again, all because Labour can't be bothered. It's not just that Labour doesn't care about our road networks or the drivers who use them. It's that Labour are actively punishing motorists at every turn in our country. And most damningly, the Transport Secretary, in her speech at Labour's conference, didn't even mention the freight sector. Didn't mention them. Not one mention of the lorries, shipping, rail freight, commercial vehicles, vans, road haulage that are the backbone of our country. Not once, despite giving her speech almost 200 years to the day that Britain led the world with the first public freight railway opened, the Stockton to Darlington Railway. How typically Labour, ignoring British business, ignorant of Britain's history. But it is not just about competence, it's about values too. For us, it's about freedom, and it's about our belief in our country. We are unashamedly on the side of the passenger, the driver, the taxpayer, and the British worker. You cannot say the same for Labour. Look at Ed Miliband, driving up bills, pushing policies that hammer our ability to travel, killing our North Sea industry while Norway grants new licences, in hoc to an extremist activist agenda. We used to call him Red Ed. He may have tried to refashion himself a little bit as Green Ed. But the truth is, like all of our green comrades, Ed is a watermelon. Green on the outside, but red to his very core. And no one in Labour is standing up for transport. Ministers have come and gone. Most recently, we've had one sacked and then reappointed 9 days later. Before that, we had a Transport Secretary sacked for being a convicted fraudster. Her replacement caused a by-election so she could, I kid you not, jump ship to work for Sadiq Khan in London. But despite the chaos in personnel, Labour have wasted no time in maximising union power, hiking taxes on flying, pursuing state control of rail. Make no mistake, Labour is waging an ideological war on every motorist, motorcyclist, our freight and haulage sector, and anyone who does not address them as comrade or bankroll Labour's campaigns. Our Conservative approach, rooted in our most cherished of values, freedom, is fundamentally different. And transport, getting around, is all about freedom. I wonder if you, like me, remember as a child walking to a friend's house, cycling around your local town or village, that bus journey to your first job, or to a first date that you hoped might lead to a second date. Days and nights out in the big city. For me, it was here in Manchester by train with my mates. And then passing my first driving test. Actually, passing first time my driving test, ladies and gentlemen. And memories of my first car. My umpteenth hand Citroën AX. It was so unreliable, it could have been a Labour Party election pledge. She was followed rapidly by a Fiesta, then by a Clio, and then followed by Margaret. Named not just because she was a jag in Westminster blue, but because she also had the turning circle of a cross-channel ferry. So U-turns were simply not possible. I don't know who writes these jokes. When it comes to transport, Conservatives are on the side of freedom. Freedom to go about your business in a pleasant and safe environment and travel how you want. That has to be what we're aiming for as Conservatives every single step of the way. Pragmatic, practical solutions to make life easier every day. Not more red tape, more taxes, more rules and regulations. Our approach is centred around motorists, passengers and taxpayers, and against those more interested in restricting freedoms and stopping new infrastructure. We Conservatives must champion freedom at every turn by keeping taxes down and removing the blocks to new infrastructure. And our battle has two big fronts. Firstly, we are staring down the barrel of a stealth tax bonanza on freedom at the budget. Rachel Reeves has set her sights on your family holiday with air passenger duty, on your family car with fuel duty and insurance premium tax, VAT on taxis and private hire, inflation-busting train fare rises. Conference, we will fight back against Labour's tax grab at every single opportunity. And alongside fighting Labour's transport tax grabs, we're also putting in the long-term policy work with our team. We've got some fantastic guys down here at the front, and my lords, and also Greg and Jerome. Thank you very much for all the work you do. We are no longer going to pursue a self-flagellating, self-destructive, industry-destroying net zero by 2050 as a policy objective. And we are dead set against Labour's 2030 ban on selling new petrol and diesel cars. In their wisdom, Labour have reintroduced subsidies for electric cars. Let's be clear about what a subsidy actually is. It's taxpayers' money. It's your money. And the worst thing about it, they've told us it would drive job creation in Britain. But the truth is that aside from a couple of small-run van-based models that qualify for the lowest level of support, every car, every single car the government is giving a grant to buy is produced abroad. In Romania, in France, in Italy, in Japan. We are sending taxpayers' money, your money, to other countries so that their workers can produce cars that are then sold in our country. Conference, Conservatives in Parliament voted against it, and when we get back into government, for the sake of the country, we must, Conference, we will stop it. Now, Claire and Kemi have already outlined how Conservatives will reverse the decline in Britain's oil and gas production by allowing new licences in the North Sea. Over the next few days, weeks and months, you'll hear much, much more from us about motor manufacturing and other industrial sectors too. But let me leave you with this today. Our values, when it comes to our vision for transport, are very, very clear. Freedom. Freedom to travel in a safe and pleasant way of your choosing. And as Conservatives, we will lead the fight against Labour's big tax and big government approach that is killing jobs and opportunities in our country. Thank you very much, Conference.
And thank you, Richard. So, the fantastic news is we have a pile of questions from the members we are going to get through. Thank you to all of those who have submitted. To speed them through, we are going to start with a couple quick fire. Yes, no.
Okay, right, fine.
Will
Thank
you,
Francis, and the CPF for that, that's good.
Will you commit to upgrading the Ely Junction?
Absolutely. Ely Junction definitely needs to be upgraded for the good of the country.
Do we need more motorways?
Definitely. And also we need some dualling of some of those A roads as well.
Will you push for action when local authorities fail to fund essential main road repairs?
Absolutely. And actually we've been pushing legislation and government to introduce legislation that helps them do that.
Will the party end the cyclist-first ideology in transport planning and instead focus on balanced policies that serve the majority of road users, including motorists and bus passengers?
Yes.
And our first longer question is from Peter, writing in from the Vale of Glamorgan. Peter asks, since we are regularly held to ransom by train drivers, what progress is being made towards driverless trains?
Well, actually on a lot of our train network, we already have driverless trains, right? You go down to London, you go on a DLR, they're driverless. Actually, a lot of them are actually, they drive themselves. The drivers are there to open and close the doors and that sort of thing. And actually, the big push that we had under Conservative mayors of London, for example, for the driverless tube, was actually stopped by the current Transport Secretary when she was working for Sadiq Khan back in 2022. Yes, absolutely. You know, we've got to adopt modern technologies. We've got to push for driverless trains. It's the way of the future. We've got AI changing the way we do accounting, never mind driving trains, right? You know, this is absolutely essential that we move there as quickly as possible.
We might need a timed response on this next question, which comes from James. Is there a war on the private motorist?
Well, it's quite clear there's a war on the private motorist. Labour are going around, and Labour councils particularly, you can see what they've done in local government. They're going around, if anybody tries to drive into Westminster. As soon as you hit the outskirts of London, you're doing 20 miles an hour all the way down and fighting with buses and everybody else to try and sneak in onto Park Lane. It's an absolute nightmare, and that's just not the case in London. It's actually across towns and cities right across the country. Go to Oxford, right? You've got local businesses, traditional Labour supporters, a lot of them, absolutely up in arms about what's going on there. So Labour are absolutely at war with the motorists. We need to let motorists know that we're on their side. And I think, actually, when it comes to the budget, and later this year, we're going to be able to show them consistently that we're on their side. I mean, you're not going to find more of a petrol head than Greg Smith, who is one of my juniors in the Shadow Transport team. We are absolutely on the side of the motorists.
And the next question comes from Daniel, writing in from Blackburn. Will the Conservatives oppose the decision to give zero guarantees to rail freight in the Great British Railways legislation?
Well, you might not know this, Francis, but I was actually born in Blackburn. So, it's a very good question for Daniel. Obviously, when it comes GBR at the moment, when the proposal is that it sort of totally ignores rail freight, and there's a real danger about that, because if the government's going to be obsessed with building its own trains and its own train network for passengers, well, what the hell's going to happen to rail freight? And actually, rail freight moves around tens of millions of pounds worth of goods, hundreds of millions, billions of pounds worth of goods every single year, probably every single week. I was at Felixstowe last week, where they have about 40% of all the freight comes in the UK. And we have to absolutely ensure that rail freight is part of the mix. It should be part of the bill, but it's not just rail freight that should be part of the bill. Open access operators should be part of the bill. If you're from Hull in East Yorkshire, if you're at Grand Central over in York, or Lumo on the East Coast Main Line, those operators should also be considered as part of this bill. I am really worried that Labour are basically going to use this to bankroll their union paymasters one more time. So we've got to be, and we will be really clear on it, and Jerome will be leading us in the Commons on it.
And now, moving from rail to water, this is a question from Ian from East Hampshire. Will a policy be developed for more use of waterborne transport, whether that's coastal or by revival of the UK's internal waterways?
Look, I think there's a huge place already in heritage for this, but I think we can go a lot further. And I think automation actually potentially offers huge new opportunities for us as well. In terms of large barges with maybe bulk stuff on them, tootling up and down. You don't need them to be manned in the same way. We're already seeing this actually in some parts of the country already. I think this is absolutely the way forwards, and we should just do a lot more of it.
Driverless barges?
Why not driverless barges? We need driverless trains. Let's get some driverless barges as well.
Very, very cool. This next question, moving from rail to water, back to road. Will the party have a policy of imposing 20-mile-an-hour speed restrictions only on roads with a history of fatal or serious accidents, and to remove those imposed where there is no such history? And that is from Michael in Taunton.
Well, look, I think that's probably a bit too much to demand somebody dies before you can impose a speed limit reduction. But I would say this, that a lot of local authorities have gone far too far imposing blanket 20-mile-an-hour zones. I totally understand them outside schools or in a residential cul-de-sac, but the idea that our main arterial routes in our towns and cities, whether it's here in Manchester, and I went to see my brother who lives actually in Ashton in the former Deputy Prime Minister's constituency the other day, and had to trundle along main roads at 20 miles an hour, or in large parts of London. I think they're actually often environmentally more damaging. I think they drive people absolutely bananas. They're really damaging to local businesses as well, who rely on those arterial routes too. So I think we need to have a totally different approach. It's something we need to look at properly, because I don't want to take away local power, but I think when it's being misused for the wrong reasons, we've got to act.
And dwelling on that... And dwelling on that point a little there, because there are some questions in there. And the great thing, as I think you would say, about this stage of the renewal programme and policy formation is now's the time to ask questions. Now's the time for ideas. The next question comes from Sheffield, and the next question comes from Paul in Sheffield. And Paul is asking, moving, rail, water, road, and now bus. Okay. Transport is so underfunded these days. Many buses don't even come anymore. I think we've all had that experience at one point or another. So how could a Conservative government help buses to stay on schedule?
Well, look, I was very proud when I was a Roads and Buses Minister of the Get Around for £2 bus scheme. It was something that I insisted on rolling out and was in our manifesto at the last general election. And one of the reasons I was most proud of it was because it helped actually the people, and we were talking in the last panel, on welfare panel, it helped the people who don't have all the resources in the world, maybe don't have a car for every adult in the household, but want to get out there and go to work and go to college. And it's a Labour government that stopped it. And it's one of the things which irritates me more than anything else about this Labour government. It talks the talk, but never walks the walk when it comes to really important things like that. When it comes to bus networks, they are absolutely vital for people. And we have seen some improvements in some parts of the country, but that's going to be right across the country. Buses need to be affordable and reliable. I think that starts with actually local people making more decisions about them. That's what we rolled out with our better partnerships plans for bus networks and enhanced partnership schemes. I'm not against franchising either. I think we need to look in that direction. I don't want to see every town actually owning and running its own buses, but ensuring that actually there's some proper local democratic oversight of those essential services is something I'm all in favour of.
And that moves on to a question that comes up, I think, every time we do a policy workshop or a Q&A that has anyone from rural community. This particular time the question is from Diane in the Wrekin, and it's about accessible rural transport. How can we improve it?
When I was Roads and Buses Minister, I went to Nottingham. They had a great scheme under the Conservatives in Nottingham, which was basically a new dialer ride, which was all app-based and was really accessible. A lot cheaper than having a formal bus which was going round and round. Often, actually, people get really annoyed about this, carrying very few passengers because it's travelling at the wrong time of day or the wrong time for their needs. And they managed to, in terms of per passenger travel, I think reduce costs by around 8%. That's the sort of thing I want to see rolled out across the country. That's the sort of scheme for rural communities that the government should be helping support, not pulling funding from them and instead concentrating it in our towns and cities.
And we're turning now to another question that comes up every time, not only when we discuss transport, but whenever we discuss housing. Just come from CPF housing discussion, and this question came up there. Again, this time it's from Alex from Spelthorne. Many members ask it. Do you agree we need a transport infrastructure revolution to tackle the housing crisis with new train lines and roads, high-speed connections across Britain? And if so, I think he's guessing your response a little bit there. If so, how can we ensure it's central to the Conservative aspirational agenda? Well, look, I was literally down, I don't know if any of you know, outside of Chelmsford. I was down at a place called Bewley Park a few days ago. They're literally, this month, about to open a brand new station, which was there and funded because of a massive housing scheme that went in around it. I think so often our infrastructure does not go along with these developments, and it drives people absolutely bananas when they are having housing, massive amounts of housing, dumped on them without either the infrastructure or the services to support them. I think Bewley Park is a really sensible model for the future. It's a way of ensuring you get proper local buy-in. And I think it's also one of those, but I think on a more fundamental level as well, actually we should be looking to build where we've already got really good transport infrastructure. One of the things we are poor at in this country is the densification of our cities. We've already got very good transport links in large parts of London, which is nowhere near as dense as other major cities around the world. And I really do think that we need to look at that again. It's something that I know Rob talked about when he was housing minister. It's something that our guys are talking about now. But I think that densification, where we've already got that existing network, is something that everybody can get on board with, rather than having to constantly build on greenfields in the green belt, as seems to be Labour's prerogative. Very, very sadly, I can see our timer ticking down, although there's so much more we could talk about. The good news is I'm here from the Conservative Policy Forum. The party's in-house think tank will be doing a lot of work with Richard to get some of these ideas, some of these questions into Conservative Party policy formation. Really looking forward to that. So our final note to end on, and it comes from Roger from Innismon. Will you commit to honouring the previous government's pledge to use HS2 savings to electrify and improve the North Wales coastal line rather than diverting this money elsewhere?
Yeah, we should. When we said we were not going to do the full HS2 scheme, we said that money was going straight to local transport schemes and road schemes up and down the country. That's exactly where it should be. It should not be being used by Labour now, cannibalised for their own little pet projects around the country. Schemes like that are fundamentally important. But I'd say something else about Welsh transport as well. We have when I was Transport Minister, I had to try and deal with the Welsh Government, which was not easy. Labour for 27 years, right? They pushed back on any form of investment in new roads in Wales, whether that was down in the south of the major motorway network, or the Llanymynech changes in the centre of Wales, or actually improvements in North Wales too. Rail and road connections are absolutely essential in Wales, where actually economic productivity hasn't been as high as in the rest of the UK, and we need to actually deliver ahead of the next next elections in Wales, both local elections and the Senate elections next year. That message needs to come from Conservative politicians in Wales. That it's only with the Tories that you will get proper growth and development in Wales.
And that is a perfect note to end on. Very sadly, that's all we've got time for. But the good news is this is part of the conversation. It will continue. Big thanks to the members. Big thanks to Richard Holden.
Thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Shadow Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport, Nigel Huddleston.
So good afternoon, everybody. We've decided on a little song and dance routine as the Department for Fun before the James Cleverly Act comes on afterwards. I'm delighted to be here today. I'm the Shadow Secretary of State for the Department of Culture, Media and Sport, and I'm delighted to be joined on stage today by two of the Shadow DCMS team, Joe Robertson and Louis French. Now, DCMS is often called the Ministry of Fun, or the Ministry for the Sunday Supplements. And it is true that it covers a huge range of industries and sectors which bring great joy to millions of people. But it would be wrong to underestimate or undervalue these sectors. Britain punches well above its weight when it comes to art, culture, creative industries, music, sport, heritage, tourism and hospitality. These sectors contribute significantly to our soft power and to our economy. They employ millions of people and generate billions of pounds of tax and export revenue every year. And when they do well, we all benefit. But when they struggle, as they did during the pandemic, UK society and the economy also suffers. So I am proud that we Conservatives supported them during the pandemic with initiatives such as the Culture Recovery Fund and the Sports Survival Package. And let's not forget that it was a Conservative government under John Major who was instrumental in making sure lottery funding was directed towards these vital sectors. And the Conservatives will continue to back and support these sectors, many of which feel under attack from Labour's national insurance increases, business rates changes and regulations that are burdening these vital parts of the economy. And I am sure we all welcome the announcement this morning by Mel Stride of the permanent business rates relief for the retail, hospitality and leisure sector. So we'll come to your contributions in a moment, but we've just got a short video to set the scene. Our creative industries are the envy of the world, and film and TV productions like Downton Abbey and The Crown showcase Britain and boost tourism. 17 million theatregoers attended a West End show last year. 37 million theatregoers attended theatres across the country. Our world-renowned museums and galleries are amongst our most popular visitor attractions. Every year, over 1 million overseas visitors attend a football game. Millions of people watch other major sporting events each year. UK residents make over 100 million overnight domestic trips each year, staying in a wide range of accommodation from converted stately homes to pubs, B&Bs, hostels, and of course, our much-loved caravan parks. Brits make over 1 billion day trips per year to our vibrant cities, beautiful countryside, amazing beaches and coastline, visitor attractions, and heritage sites. The Taylor Swift concerts at Wembley Stadium and other venues across the UK gave the UK economy a £1 billion boost.
Every year, the UK hosts hundreds of world-class music concerts, festivals and events.
Tourism and hospitality is really important to the UK economy. It's £140 billion revenue. It's bigger than automotive, aerospace and pharmaceuticals put together. It employs 3.5 million people across the UK, jobs at all skill levels, all ages, all abilities, and crucially, it's a dynamic, vibrant, innovative sector that is relevant to every single constituency across the UK. Inbound tourism is the closest thing that an economy can get to free money. This is literally people coming from across the world to visit the UK, spending in our pubs, bars, restaurants and hotels because we have the best in the world. Foreign visitors spend more eating and drinking out in the UK than all of our food and drink exports put together.
No more iconic sector that represents British life and culture than our UK pubs and breweries, who have for centuries been welcoming people in safe places, bringing communities together, the beating heart of the high street, and extending out into our towns and villages the country over, often providing their first job, and 1 in 4 people actually fall in love in their pub. But we can't take this all for granted. Since 2000, we have lost a quarter of our pubs, and if we want them to stay at the heart of our society and our culture, we need to back the Great British Pub. The British beer and pub sector contributes 34 billion to the economy and over 1.1 million jobs, and we want to keep doing that. So what do we need? Well, this government gave us 1 penny off a pint, and that was welcome. However, it added on £853 million worth of costs to our industry. The cost of doing business is just too high, and whilst the pub may seem busy, profitability is getting starker and starker every day. So we hope that we can work with you to get the right fiscal and regulatory environment for our pubs and our brewers to thrive. And when we thrive, the British nation thrives as well.
So, I'd like to thank Emma McClarkin and Kate Nichols for their contributions there. So many of you apparently fell in love in a pub. Some of you apparently last night even. Look, what I'd like to say here is that video really shows, as the title of this debate is, that, you know, we really do have the best of Britain in these sectors. But this government is undermining them. Since last year's disastrous budget, nearly 90,000 jobs have been lost in the tourism and hospitality sectors alone. Labour have reduced funding for tourism promotion bodies. They have failed to support the creative industries in copyright protection. They have failed to support women in sport, horse racing, listed places of worship, and so much more. But what do you think? So what I'd like to do now is open the floor to your contributions, either on Slido, which I think some of you are familiar with, or if you'd like to make a contribution, we do have microphones. If you want to stand up, I'll try and pick a couple of people. So don't be shy. This is after all, the creative sector. So please go up to the microphone and we'll try and get as many contributions as possible. And I think we've already got some Slido questions coming in. So we will kick things off now. So, okey-doke. So I think, Louis, look, one of the first questions then, what's happening with horse racing and the gambling industry? What are Labour doing?
Well, it's disastrous, Nigel. So Rachel Reeves claims that she's never gambled.
well, she's very clearly gambling with lives and livelihoods right now in the horse racing and gambling sector. This is a sector that contributes over £4 billion of tax, contributes around £7 billion to GVA each year, and adds around 109,000 jobs in the UK economy, in towns including Wigan, in the Secretary of State's area where Tote are based. So this is a huge gamble that the Labour Party have undertook. They are not listening to the sector, and all it will do is continue to fuel the black market. So the Treasury believe that they can bank on this gambling tax, but all they're going to do is fuel the black market further and cost thousands of jobs across the industry.
Right, OK. So I know there's a lot of racing fans in the audience. We're going to come straight away, and thank you for being brave, to your first question, comment or speech.
Good afternoon. In coastal communities like where I'm from, hospitality and tourism is the economy. The national insurance increases, combined with the minimum wage increases in April, has been devastating to tourism in places like where I'm from. What's the panel's views, and what can we do to support tourism in those places?
Excellent. Joe, why don't we come to you on that?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. I mean, tourism in this country is one of the most overtaxed tourism sectors across Europe compared to other countries. But what we've seen today is a fantastic announcement from Mel Stride earlier that there will be a 100% permanent business rates relief for the hospitality and leisure sector. That is one very, very significant thing a new Conservative government would do to support the sector. But you're absolutely right about those national insurance contributions as well, because for a lot of young people, especially in my area on the Isle of Wight, their first job is in tourism and hospitality, sometimes when they're still at school, and the government, through the last budget, have disincentivised employing young people. Bad for young people, bad for the local economy and bad for tourism.
Thank you very much. Next contribution. Thank you, sir.
First, I'd like to say welcome back, Nigel. He was the best tourism minister we've ever had, and we'd like to get you back in office.
Thank
you. Can we sit down together with all of the hospitality associations to try and work out a kind of top 10 asks, like a manifesto for tourism? Tourism didn't come up at the other conferences some of us may have attended. Can we make sure we push forward on that, please? And thank you once again.
Thank you so much indeed. And look, I think we value tourism as a vital economic contributor. And in terms of, well, actually it won't be like a manifesto, it will be a manifesto, because the process of today and the process that I'll be going through with the team, working with industry to come up with ideas and proposals. That's the purpose of today's session. Many of you have already contributed as well to the policy renewal process. We'll be doing exactly that, because we recognise, unlike the other parties, quite what a vital contribution is made by tourism. I'll come over this side first of all. Sir. Yeah.
Hello, Alistair Campbell's my name. Sorry, I had nothing to do with Tony Blair. I was doing somewhat better advertised. When my father was dying some 25 years ago, he asked, or suggested, in fact, I get involved with politics because I was retiring from business at the time. And that I did, and I've enjoyed it thoroughly, very much so. But my father also said things that come to mind recently. Don't trust the snake oil salesman and other expletives which I'll not go into. He basically had no respect for any politicians at all, and it's got worse since he died. Respect has to come back to politics, and you guys have to do it. We've got an opportunity now, so please let's see you do it. Thank you.
Thank you for that point. And look, indeed, you know, we need to have a civilised debate in this country. And the responsibility of all of us as politicians, but also members, is to conduct ourselves with dignity. And then we'll get the British public on side. Now, you did just mention Mr. Blair there, so I'm going to have to take the advantage now of telling a joke that a friend told me the other day. So a Blairite, a Corbynite and a Brownite walked into a pub. And the landlord said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Burnham." We'll come over here now. Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, Nigel and the panel members. My name's Ian Ward. I live in the Isle of Wight. In my youth, I live in a seaside town. In my youth, it was booming. It was the premier seaside town of the Isle of Wight. Over the years, that tourism has diminished. You know, people now go off to Spain and all that sort of stuff instead of coming to my town. I don't understand it. COVID was probably the death knell for it. So, and now we've got empty hotels, we've got empty shops, we've got empty pubs. And what do we see as the future? I don't know. What can the government do for us to try and put us, not back on track, but to recover some way or other? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I'll briefly comment here. What do you mean in your youth, sir? You know, everybody's still youthful here. So, you know, it's like, we appreciate... No.
Oh, you know, I was born in the Isle of Wight, so from the age of 4 till I left the Isle of Wight to go to London with my parents, which was about 14. That was my youth. But
Excellent.
you know, I'm an
Still-
islander,
still
there, still visiting.
Yeah. Look, I have many fond memories of the Isle of Wight when I was young, and actually we did have a boost in tourism following the pandemic, and we actually put a lot of support. If you remember the tourism recovery plan, when we were in government, we put that in place to boost tourism. But as I say, I think some of this goes back to basics. Tourism is a vital industry, a really important industry, and therefore the support for tourism, lower taxes, supporting and enabling them to be successful is key. So many of the announcements, including what Mel said this morning, apply to this vital sector. But they also need support. 50% of all inbound tourism stays in the M25. We've also got to have policies that make sure that people travel across the whole of the UK economy as well. I'll let Joe come in as well in a moment or towards the end and make sure we've got any additional comments. But I'll try and get as many contributions as I can. Sir.
Hello, Nigel. Adam
Hello.
Kent, Worcestershire. We know each other really well because we come from a great part of the country, don't we? Absolutely. But tourism is massive in Worcestershire, and the last Labour budget effectively devastated a lot of those small pubs and restaurants and everything else. What would your ask be of the Grim Reaper come November for your demands or requirements for the pubs and the restaurants, particularly in Worcestershire, but also across the whole of the UK?
Yeah. Well, I think stop treating them as a cash machine, I think, is the key thing there. Look, Joe, do you want to add a comment here in terms of any other points here on the tourism and in particular the pubs?
Yes, I do. And I would just say, go back to what Nigel, you were saying, about 50% of inbound tourism stays within the M25. It's about internal marketing as well, isn't it? It's about encouraging people who arrive in the UK to go and visit further places, which goes to better transport connectivity. Everything's tied in. For the Isle of Wight, Ian Ward spoke earlier, it's about tackling ferry prices, because that's a disadvantage, a disincentive to people moving around. But I would just go back to what Mel Stride said this morning, announcing that 100% business rates relief for retail and hospitality. That is a meaningful difference that will be made up and down the country, wherever you are, to particularly businesses who are struggling within that sector, not just tourism, but retail, hospitality, pubs, leisure, across the board. That is a real conservative tax cut to incentivise and power up those sectors.
Yeah. And please sign up to the Save the Pubs campaign if you haven't already. You know, the Labour government took a penny off the pint, but they loaded this sector. DCMS increases in taxation, national insurance alone, to the tune of £2.8 billion. So they're really devastating all these sectors. Yes, sir, another face, familiar face.
Hi, Joe. Bob Davidson, South East Cornwall. We absolutely rely on tourism. It's our biggest industry in Cornwall. You're absolutely right. We need to get people out of the M25, get them down to Cornwall, keep our businesses going, keep our pubs going. What more can the government do? We recently had huge issues with Visit Cornwall. We need that combined thoughts on pushing for Cornwall and making sure that visitors come and our businesses survive.
Yeah. Look, on that, I would say, of course, we tried to change some of the DMO structures, and we had a lot of help and support in that. And I'm really sad to hear the news about Visit Cornwall basically going under this week. But one of the reasons why it's gone under is precisely because these are sectors that do not operate with big margins. And when they're whacked with the business rate changes, where they're whacked with the national insurances and inflation-busting minimum wage increases, they don't have the money to contribute into these DMOs, into these bodies. So it's a factor of the public and the private partnership, which for a while was successful, and this government is absolutely destroying it. Yeah. So,
thank you very much. Rhys Benjamin from Harrow out in North London. Yesterday I attended an excellent Conservative Home panel on the night economy and lack of. It was the star guest there was Sacha Lord, Andy Burnham's former night czar, who has actually, he told us yesterday he left the Labour Party, so there's one to celebrate. But we were told at that panel that if closures in nightclubs continue at the current rate, there will be none left at all by 2029. So what can we do to salvage the night economy, especially in London? Thank you.
Look, again, really good points. I think rather than repeat, I'd say this focus on the economy and the taxation is key. You know, so we can't have more nightclubs falling down, fewer opportunities to fall in love and all of those things. So, look, you're absolutely making the right point. We back the nighttime economy. And by the way, when I've said earlier on we need tourism outside of London, it's London plus, not instead of. We need the the average length of stay to continue. We want people to come from around the world. All of those things in the video showed that we are really great at these things. People are desperate to come here, but we're one of the most highly taxed visitor economies in the world. Right, I'm very keen to get a few more speeches or comments in, so we'll probably not respond, but I want to try and get everybody in who's now at the microphones. Yes, madam.
Thank you. Cheshire East Councillor Janet Clowes. As we all are facing devolution in one form or another, how will we make sure in our principally rural areas that all our leisure, tourism and retail industries are respected? And if you fall in love in a pub, most people come to Cheshire East to get married. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take all the comments and then move in. Sir. Yeah.
Central Staffordshire and former Oldham Athletic Director. Just wanted to ask what you thought the balance was between having some legislation against rogue owners, like we're seeing at places like Sheffield Wednesday, Morecambe, historically, etc., and allowing the market to operate freely in football. Mike Newton, former Oldham Director.
Excellent. Well, I'll get Louis to comment on that in a moment, and also women in sport has come up as well, but I'll try and take a few more comments. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mustafa Dassio from Loughborough. There's a specific cultural regulation that's costing the economy billions in lost output, and it was hated by Margaret Thatcher. They're known as Sunday trading laws. I'm wondering if a Conservative government would consider reforming them, at least to some degree.
Great. Thank you very much. I'll say we'll come back on some of these. Sir, another familiar.
Jeremy Burnett-Ray of Wantington Didcot in Oxfordshire. My local tourist trap is, of course, the old city of Oxford, where there are two cities. There is the term time one and the vacation one. During the term time, you may see the old drunk in the corner of the pub not falling in love because he's the Regent's Professor of Divinity. During the holidays, you may see another kind of drunk in the corner of the same pub. They've come up to Oxford not because of our cultural diversity, but because of Harry Potter. Or at least that's what it appears. Every shop which closes down in Oxford is replaced by a Harry Potter tourist shop selling something which I can't describe politely in 4 letters at this conference. Can we please try to find something more cultural for our tourists than Harry Potter, please?
Thank you. Okay, thank you for that contribution. And we'll come to the final two here and then just wrap up in a moment.
Good afternoon. I met you earlier and you encouraged me to be brave enough to speak. So I'm somebody with a fine art degree, and in that wonderful video, obviously places like the National Gallery, etc. appear. What are the Conservatives going to do to encourage creativity, which is individuality, which adds to people's well-being and the welfare and economy? Now that's a question. An observation, as somebody who played sport and reads the paper and looks at sports pages, it's very interesting that photographers in national press, very rarely do you see any pictures of women or playing sport. What can perhaps be done to encourage national papers, to encourage younger women to see role models in their papers? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we're going to take the final contribution here, and then we'll come back for some final comments.
Good afternoon, Nigel. No question here. I'm just welcoming your 100% business rate relief for retail, hospitality and leisure businesses. I knock on doors and many of my residents have been complaining about it. Hotels are complaining about it. So well done. We need to save the British High Street, our pubs and our hospitality sector, and therefore that is a great policy.
Excellent. Mel will be very happy. I think the answer to all of these comments and questions is vote Conservative, because we can't do any of these things unless we're actually in power. But whether that goes to local government or national government, let's make sure we can do these things, because we're the only ones on the side of these businesses and support these creative sectors. Louis, probably final comments to you, because we've got the question on what are we doing to help women in sport.
So 2 messages from me, everyone, at conference. We have to support the Axe the Racing Tax campaign that has been up and running, especially for our rural constituencies, vitally important. We must continue to back women in sport. We've had the best summer ever for women's sport, amazing performances by the Red Roses and the Lionesses. The Labour government, we must continue to push them to continue to invest in grassroots girls and women's sport across the country.
Yeah, and then the football?
And the football, I think we have to make sure there's a sensible balance between competition and appropriate regulation. We believe that the government's got that slightly wrong, but we will continue to work constructively going forward.
Excellent. And any final comments, Joe?
No, just to say it's great to see tourism and hospitality has come up in multiple questions today, and great to see that Mel Stride clearly knew this was going to happen, so he made his announcement earlier this morning.
Excellent. Well, look, can I say thank you very much. We didn't know how this was going to work, so I really appreciate the contributions. We had a lot more on Slido as well, I'm afraid we didn't get to. So what I would say is, please, lots of ideas, fizzing with ideas and suggestions, contribute towards the policy process. We welcome all of those inputs. We've got to get back in power. We've got to support business. We are the only unapologetically pro-business party left in British politics, and we need to make sure that everybody knows that. Thank you so much for your contributions today. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Shadow Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government, James Cleverly.
Owning your own home should not be a luxury. The Conservative Party is the party of aspiration. We are the party that believes in reward for hard work. So, when we see home ownership becoming a fantasy for many people, when a home of your own is an impossible dream, no matter how hard you work, we know we must act. And when Conservatives are in charge, we do act. Remember, it was the Conservatives that cleared the slums in the 1930s. Harold Macmillan built 300,000 homes a year in the 1950s. And Margaret Thatcher made home ownership a reality for millions of people with a right to buy in the 1980s. And we don't have to, you can applaud that if you want. But the point is, we don't have to look at the distant past. Since 2010, Conservatives have delivered 2.5 million homes, 1 million of those in the last Parliament alone. Last year, in the southeast of England and the east of England, Conservative-run regions, about 2.5 new homes were built per 1,000 people. In London, run by Labour for the best part of a decade, 0.5 homes per 1,000. And so what do those figures mean for real people, for ordinary, hard-working Londoners? Let me put it into context. In 1980, the average London home cost a little over £25,000. And that was about 4 times the average national salary. Today, the average home in London costs over £500,000, and that is 15 times the average salary. And that is Sadiq Khan's record of failure. And we should not, and we cannot, and we must not accept it. But what did Angela Rayner do when she was Housing Secretary? She gave Sadiq Khan a free pass. She dropped the government's call-in for the London Plan, and she cut London's housing target. And what was the result? A mere 5,000 private homes are forecast to be built across the whole of London this year. And that is against a target of 88,000 homes. And Rayner's failure to deal with Khan's failure ends up by dumping that housing shortfall on rural Britain. I've got a small confession to make, ladies and gentlemen. I was actually looking forward to holding Angela Rayner to account. I was looking forward to going toe-to-toe with a firebrand of the modern left. Instead, I'm up against Steve Reed. Steve, I'm not Wikipedia, Reed. No, Steve, you're not Wikipedia. Wikipedia can actually be useful. And let's remind ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, Steve Reed is a man who's just spent the last year destroying family farms so that he can spend next year concreting all over them. He wears a baseball cap that says "Build, baby, build," but in reality, it's "Block, baby, block," because he said no to new homes being built in his urban London constituency, where they are both needed and where they are wanted. And that's Labour all over, isn't it? Slogans saying one thing, their record showing something completely different. And as for the Labour government's pledge of 1.5 million homes built by the end of this Parliament, either they are lying about how many homes they are going to build, or they are lying about how long this Parliament is going to last. And what about these fabled new towns? Initially, they said they were going to build 12 of them. But then they said they only might start 3 during this Parliament. And that is only if you count one spade in the ground as starting progress. For me, it's like being promised a pony for Christmas and ending up with a goldfish. Now, when I drive through London, when I come from my home in Essex to London, I see the Olympic Park, a brownfield site transformed into homes and businesses by Boris, a Conservative mayor of London. I see Canary Wharf, derelict docks turned into homes and a world-class financial services hub by Heseltine and Thatcher, Conservative government. And the same story is true beyond London. Ben Houchen on Teesside, Paul Bristow in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, Conservative mayors rolling up their sleeves and getting stuff done. And look, I know that London is not the only place that matters. We all understand that. But the UK's biggest city has a unique role to play. And the Labour Mayor of London has not and will not get a grip of the situation, which is why we need a Conservative mayor for London who will get a grip. Because we need a Conservative to rewrite the London plan focus on delivery, and unlock the tens of thousands of desperately needed homes in that city. And to unlock them near transport links, near to the nighttime economy, near to job opportunities, by prioritising brownfield sites and turning them into business hubs and housing hubs, just like we did before in Canary Wharf and just like we did before in the Olympic Park. Now, to get this done, we need to take on the mountains of well-intended regulation, and we have got to cut it down to size. We have affordable housing targets so high they basically prevent anything getting built. And I wonder if the Steve Reed that is now in charge of housing will look back at the Steve Reed that was in charge of environmental regulation and have a word with himself. Because we have made it too easy to say no to housing. And we need to find reasons to say yes to housing. We need to win the argument. We need to make people want to say yes. Now, just so you know where I'm coming from, I reject the false choice between low-rise sprawl into the Greenbelt and soulless tower blocks. We can and we should build homes that are livable, that are attractive, that are welcomed by their neighbours, because beauty in the built environment should not be the preserve of the wealthy. It should be for everyone. Building is important, of course it is, but we must also make better use of the homes that we already have. I'm going to give you a scenario, and I suspect a number of you will recognise it. In every town and city across their country, there will be roads full of empty nesters. You know the kind of houses I mean? Perhaps 3, 4, maybe even 5-bedroom houses, where the children have grown up and moved out, and there is now just 1 or perhaps 2 people living there. Now, I never want to force anyone to leave a home that they love, but we should make it much easier for older couples to downsize without punishing them with ever more property tax. Because encouraging downsizing frees up a whole chain of homes, helping the retirees and bigger families and smaller families and first-time buyers all at the same time. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is just common sense. And that is what should underpin Conservative housing policy. Common sense. Easing the burden of regulation, getting stuff built. Easing counterproductive taxation that stops homes being bought and sold. That is the Conservative answer. But compare that with the Labour answer. Even more taxes. They are hiking council tax by more than £11 billion over this Parliament, with more to come, through higher tax bands, through new taxes on family homes. But we Conservatives know that you cannot tax your way to growth. Real growth comes not from the state, but from its citizens and communities that they build. And strong communities need a smaller state. And we know that strong communities matter. Many of you in this hall today are councillors. And you are in the front line working in and for local communities. You are the manifestation of Conservative values that people actually see in their day-to-day lives. And I want to thank you. Because when I speak about the Conservative leadership, and I try not to speak about it quite so much these days, I'm talking about the Conservative leadership in town halls and county halls and village halls. Because Conservative councillors, they are the ones who improve their high streets, who stand up for local businesses, who defend community pubs, local parks and village greens, who deliver leaflets late at night and early in the morning, whatever the weather, whatever the political weather. And whilst you deliver, other parties let communities down. Labour councils, taxes up, bins going uncollected, overtaxing, under-delivering. Lib Dems, hiking council tax to some of the highest levels in the country. And reform? Well, being angry about stuff doesn't get bins collected, or schools run better, or parks maintained, or old people cared for. Because being a keyboard warrior does not prepare you to manage a multi-million-pound council budget. That is why they are failing and infighting wherever they get elected. So let reform chase the clicks and likes online, and let real Conservatives serve their communities. And in our party, we understand the difference. But we must also understand why so many people are angry. And rather than just reflect that anger back to them, we look to do something about it. Because that's how you build policy, not just build press releases. Because a party that is ready to govern and build communities on unity and not division, that is us. And we also know that the scale of immigration put unprecedented pressure on housing provision and on our neighbourhoods. And that's why I, as Home Secretary, took action to halve net migration. Because people are angry when they see an immigration system that gives houses to asylum seekers whilst local families wait years. This madness has got to stop. Conference, that is why we brought in the Rwanda plan that Labour scrapped as soon as they entered office. That is why we have committed to leaving the ECHR, so that we can prioritise the people of this country. That is why we must have stronger borders. That is why we must have a stronger economy. Because simply building more homes is not enough. We have got to cut immigration, and we've got to rebuild communities too. Now, the foundation stone for successful communities is the simple fact that we must all play by the same rules. And the people who break those rules are punished and not rewarded. Where no group is above the law, and where laws are universally applied. Communities where hard work is rewarded, where pride in place, pride in country is valued and praised, not vilified and mocked. And a tradition of free speech. And yes, that does mean the right to offend. But the right to offend is not the same as a duty to offend. Because we do have a long-standing tradition of decency, politeness, and good manners. But we don't need to turn that tradition into law, which is why blasphemy laws have no place in the United Kingdom. The cherished right of freedom and religion must be protected, and protected robustly by all of us. Protected with the strength of the Jewish men and women who held that door shut at the synagogue on Yom Kippur here in Manchester just last week. Because warm words or empty symbolism will do nothing to keep people safe. That is why, when I was Home Secretary, I overruled officials to ensure record funding to protect the security of Jewish communities. But we must do more. We must do more to tackle the growing challenge of anti-Semitism in this country. Much, much more. With the strength of our words and our actions. And as we see, Labour councils bringing in anti-Israeli boycotts and divestments in a cynical, sectarian attempt to win votes, we should recognise what it is and we should call it out for what it is. Conference, Labour is currently trying to jump on a patriotic bandwagon. Starmer is trying to wrap himself up in the Union flag, when in reality he's an emperor with no clothes. And Labour are not fooling anyone. Did you see it? Did you see it at Labour conference in Liverpool? I mean, you could see it on their faces. They were forced to wave the St George's flag and the Union flag with gritted teeth. And Andy Burnham scuttling out via the back door. Starmer allegedly opposes division. Frankly, he can't even unite his own party, let alone the country. And it is his party that's the one that's pushing identity politics. It is their misplaced ideal of multiculturalism that leads to parallel cultures rather than integrated communities. The Conservatives have always been and will always be the party of patriotism. And more than that, we know the formula for success. Multi-ethnic communities, of course, yes. Diverse religions within communities, yes. But an adherence to the norms and to the values and to the laws of our country. And that is how successful, integrated, sustainable communities are built. And that is what we should work towards. Bringing society together across class, across colour and creed. That is how we build trust. That is how we build strong neighbourhoods. That is how we make Britain a home for everyone who is willing to play their part. Conference, I was chuffed when Kemi asked me to take on this role. Because fixing our housing crisis and restoring pride in our communities are two of the biggest challenges that we face. And the simple truth is Labour does not want to fix these problems. And reform cannot fix these problems. But we can, and we will. We will build more homes. We will build stronger communities. We will build stronger borders. We will build a stronger economy. And we will restore pride in this great country once again. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen,